Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, assorted members of the Clash of Immortals jury. I'm just going to attempt to do the unattemptable right here and move this into this position here. Boom! In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Shenong. His name is Gabu the 21st. His opponent today in the red color playing as Nuwa. His name is Zapata BR. Oh, baby. Oh, yes. Like, this is the Clash of Immortals. It's EGCTV's $10,000 qualifier day one. Day one, there's 2 days. There's already 8 qualifiers. They auto-qualified. So if you guys are asking, where's the Mister? Where's Magic? Where's Kavoth? Where's Chemo? Well, don't worry. They're all here and they will be participating next week for your viewing pleasure to see exactly what the cream of the crop do. But for now, we have to figure out, who are they going to be playing against? So, this is an exciting one. We're going to be watching some Chinese here. This is fresh off the back of the China patch. Smack! Getting some of that nerf hammer out. The bat is going to be whacking away. But both these guys deciding to pick this god. I believe this is the second round. Chat is wanting to gamble. I'm wanting you guys to gamble. So please gamble. We're going to go ahead and go Zap and Gab. And you guys can just go for it because why not? So we do have a temple coming up here for Zapata. Already, I'm excited about this matchup. The map Bamboo Grove. This is one that's new with the Chinese Immortal Pillars DLC. Really, really fun map. You've got these beautifully defensive side positions with the town centers and things behind gold mines, and you can get a lot of value there. But you're completely open through the middle of the map to just go and attack your opponent. So while you can kind of sneak around the outsides and make it really, really tricky for your opponent to hurt you over there, your main base is going to be open for the whacking very, very quickly on this map. So yeah, this is a fun one. We are going to be seeing already that Kualfu Chieftain to come through as he is out and he is ready. We're actually seeing Zapata going to finish up that temple before moving on to his next task there. Meanwhile, the final Kualfu for Gabu coming through here. And how to is the god of choice for Zapata. Now this is, I'm going to be completely honest with you. This is the first time, I've literally just got off a plane for this qualifiers here. This is the first time I'm going to be seeing how to in its fresh state, seeing what the walls look like, seeing how strong it is. Both players going for the same pick here, deciding that this is the way that they want to go, going to make their bases nice and defensive with that earth wall and kick off whatever is going to be next. As we've already got them both looking like they're going to be going for a fast second town center. I'm also going to be very, very interested to see exactly what the build speed on this hero Qualifier is going to be. Very, very interested. So, who knows? As for the Pioneer coming through, just getting a little bit of shenanigans. I've realized I have not updated my bracket, my exclamation bracket. For those of you wanting to see the bracket, I recommend joining the EGCTV Discord, and you're going to see all things surrounding this tournament there. Also, Liquipedia is going to have, maybe not up to date as of right this moment, but they will have some stuff there as well for you to check out. Yeah, I think this is best of 3 at this point. I think we're in a best of 3. So the first round was best of 1. The second round, I believe, is best of 3. Anyways, How To is now in. The Cheongchi is going to be searching around. We've got another Cheongchi over here for Zapata. Going to be looking for a little... Every round is best of 3. My bad. Every round's best of 3. Well, show. Look, I said I looked at the rule book. And then I forgot it subsequently. Straight away. As the Cheongchi going to be getting just a couple of whacks off before deciding it's time to fly away. Goodbye. Goodbye, world. I'm off to see the wizard. As now, here we go. Now we get to know all together. We're going to find out exactly what was this guy meant to build at. 50 seconds. Boom. 50 seconds to get that town center up. And we also see the creation god power getting dropped down, giving 4 extra clay peasants here to finish that town center off. So it's still very, very quick to actually complete a town center, but not an insanely quick completion. Up onto this side, 1 Qualifier on this is going to take a very long time to complete. A second one going to come through and help boost that up. Yeah, he used to build at like 32 seconds or something with just the hero Qualifiers. So you were literally getting like basically 2 villages, not literally, basically 2 villages extra over what you should have. So it's all fixed up, and now we get to see exactly where it's going to be going. It's the Qiongqi. He is hovering. He is on the prowl. He is on the prowl for some prey. That's what I was going for. We were trying to link some words together. It wasn't going too well, but we did it. As the Qiongqi going to be making his way across the map, searching for far and wide for value, but looks like Gaboos will get sent packing. This is really interesting. I don't know exactly what the pick ban stage was looking like for Zapata and Gaboo, but obviously here, I think, well, maybe not obviously, I think that Gaboo obviously didn't ban, okay, that is obvious, didn't ban Gaboo didn't ban Noir, which means he's happy to play against Noir. I'm giving the raiding party Chemo. King Chemo. I'm excited to watch Chemo. Who's excited to watch Chemo in this tournament? This guy is going to be... he's on a mission. He got close. He got close in the recent tournament. He tasted victory. But will he actually be able to touch victory? That's the difference. I'm excited. I'm sorry. I love tournament season. I'm just kidding. All right, we got ourselves the machine workshop. We got the military camp here as well. That sounded like the most painful death. The most painful death, no? For clay villagers just going, I've had enough. I don't want to live anymore. Well, I mean, you can't live anymore. Your life is over. Okay, just a big boom happening thus far. I think there is a lot of investigation probably into where are the weak points in the Egyptian, not the Egyptian mirror, in the Chinese mirror. Because I was thinking Egyptian mirror, because in the Egyptian mirror, there's not really a whole lot. There are a couple, but there aren't really a whole lot of weak points in the classical age, like reasons to build, say, fire archers out in this matchup. I'm not exactly sure. As the Qiongqi going to come through and going to get a couple of kills and then decide to retreat away and fly away, and there he goes, and he can come back and heal himself up in this Shenong favored land. So there's not a lot of room for serious damage on the surface. But the question is, like, maybe there is. Maybe you get out a whole bunch of fire archers. And, I mean, if you can get out, say, I don't know, 20, 30, you can take down a town center with that. No problems. These things, like, they pack a punch. 4x, that's 20 pierce damage a second, which might sound like not very much, but when you get rid of that 90% and you go, okay, well, that's going to be what? 2 damage a second on those archers, and you get 20 of them. It starts getting up there. You know? No? Maybe me? Maybe not me? I'm not sure. Anyways, a little bit of a cheeky little raid coming through yet again. The Qiongqi is already back up to 280 HP. The Chillin also very useful to get that HP back up. But so far, just a very stock standard game. We are going to be seeing Rusho to come through here for Zapata. He wants to get those Fey Beasts out. This is going to be the first time I've seen the newly nerfed Fey Beasts to come through, as the Qiongqi is going to actually catch that villager out. He gets stuck on the gold mine. Couldn't work out how to get past the big chunky boy and the gold mine together. But one village down and retreating away, as just a little bit of light pressure here, as Nubar is the god of choice here for Gaboo. Nubar. I like this one. I think this god and the god power that comes with this has got a lot of potential. So, for example, especially when you've got god powers like Great Flood or the Prairie or Vanish, You can get your opponent caught out in a really, really big way. But we'll have to wait and see if Gaboo can make anything like that happen. At the moment, the village differential is at 2. So a very slight advantage for Zapata. And the Battle Lays are going to come through. And this is the thing that I think, the more I think about China, the more I'm like, well, if you just get rid of all of the like powerful god powers, obviously you can't think about a game like this, but if you just get rid of all the powerful god powers, the power of China is lying in this building. This is the unit you want. You want this guy in the heroic age. You want this guy in the mythic age. And clearly Zapata has that in the back of his mind already, as he is going to be prepared to start pumping those out. As we do have the heavy infantry and all the other good stuff to come through here for Gaboo. And I guess, thanks for the prime there, Black Podsy. I guess one thing here to keep in the back of your mind is if you are going to be going for, say, the cavalry, well, then your opponent's going to get infantry out, right? But then you've got those fire archers or those Chuko Nu, which are also going to be really, really powerful. So it's not going to be an easy one to deal with. And maybe going for all these trash units, I call them trash units because they're coming out of the military camp. They're not trash. They're just, like, as soon as they're bad, they're kind of just the weaker statted units, like cheaper, weaker statted units. You're going to have to outproduce your opponent if you're actually going to want to beat them. We've already got Gong Gong now on the way here for Zapata, a really quick Mythic Age to come through. As on the other side of the map here, Gaboo, he is pumping units. He's actually got I don't know how he's done this. He's got less military value. I really don't know how he's done this. He's got less military value, more villages, less. Oh, he's got a town center. He's got a third town center. Okay, that's where his economy went. Okay, never mind. All right, we got there in the end. I was like, what? How? So less military, but he does still have this drought. And I think this thing here, if he can catch this timing in the next, I would say 30 seconds, and just go and just wipe this army out, maybe, just maybe, life's going to get very tough for Zapata. But if Zapata cleanly gets to the Mythic Age here, this Gong Gong is going to get a lot of value. A lot of value. As the medium range soldiers to come through, we've got Plow on the way. We've got the how do I say this? Jiang Xia. I think. I'm getting better. I'm sure next time I do a co-cast with someone who actually knows what they're talking about, they should be like, just stop trying. Just pronounce it like a white guy. It's going to be fine. Anyways, the Tao Wu does end up going down as the Fey Beast gets clicked up onto the back of this army, cleaning those up. We do have that chill in here to get them back up in HP. A nice little counter, actually, from Gaboo. But all his units are low HP now, as this army of Zapata is moving in to start really cleaning things up in the main base. No main base. What's happened here? Where was that farm placed? I've got no idea. He used... Oh, over on this one. There we go. He's got some prosperous seeds things going down as well. And there's the Great Flood. The Great drop down as Gaboo is going to be attempting to escape from this one. He's going to just have to get taken away by the tidal wave. Huge amount of walls going down. There's the entirety of the earth wall going down, but the rest of the army does manage to stay put here. It's alive. It's well. It's ready to start fighting back. And there are a good handful of those Wusu Javelineers here, which can really take out those pioneers, take out everything else. You can see the terracotta riders to come through these things. They've got bonus damage versus those ranged units, but not the best control there from Gaboo. As now Zapata, he's got himself out. The Qing Long, this thing is going to be very painful, but you do have to control it really well. You've got to be clicking that special ability on the right position every single time without fail. That's where his value comes. But another Qinglong immediately coming in to join up, as the back line here is going to be the army that is under a lot of pressure. Another Qinglong coming through here for Zapata, as Gaboo is desperately trying to muster out an army. The thing is, though, Zapita's got nothing left. He's tried to get those Qinglong out. And, I mean, he did. But guess what? The Phoenix, the Zhu Q, just dealt with them all. That defense was epic. Now, Gabu is in front by 15 villages. He still has his Mythic Age to come. And Zapita, he has to figure out where to go next. Now he's getting some siege crossbows out, and he's going to try and break through this position. But I imagine that Gabu here, he can just keep spamming. He doesn't have to go Mythic Age. He might. It might be the simple choice, because I mean, he can give this position up and then God Power to sort of grab it back. And he is going to be going here through Zhurong, which is going to give him access to the prairie. The blazing prairie. Set the prairie ablaze. Ablaze. Now this God Power, I'm not exactly sure what happened to it. I don't know if it got changed or not. But if you want to get max value out of it, you just drop it onto the main base of your opponent. Kill off all the houses, kill off the towns, and kill everything. As the Tiger Cavalry going to be charging through, we've got those units on the back here, just hanging out, doing all the good stuff. Military camps coming up over there. There's another military camp there for Gabu on the way, and we'll see if Zapita is going to be able to break through here, or if Gabu is going to have enough stuff. Those are the big questions. He's trying to put those buildings back down, just going to continue to delay here. I mean, Zapita doesn't have to push it onto this position. There's no real important bit of land that's there that's more important than over here, for example. And what Zapita could do is he could move forward, drop a ballet here, and then just start sieging down that main base. And Gabu would be out of position and in a lot of trouble. As we have the big boy is now in. He's got himself Li Jing. This guy now only stuns for 2 seconds, but the pagoda is still gigantic. It's still really, really hurting. As those siege crossbows falling. And we will see the Chuko Nu attempting to deal with all those heavy Dao swordsmen. But as the Mythic Age comes through, the question is, where is the prairie going to get down? He drops the drought, and there goes the fire as Zapita's base. He's trying to put the fire out with the dragon, but that's not how it works. The entirety of this base just gets absolutely overkilled. As everything is gone. The farms, the town center, the houses. Pain. And it looks like Zapita has got nothing left in this game. Gabu's ability to hold that big all-in from Zapita and then just say, all right, I'm just going to hold on, and then if I survive, I'm going to push back, I'm going to drop all my stuff onto you, and I'm going to have the tech, the eco, and everything else behind it. Zapita tried to get those Qinglongs to work for him, but I think, and I could be wrong, I think that this unit here saved Gabu many, many times over. This bad boy here was doing a great amount of damage onto those Qinglongs and was able to actually take them out and not allow them to get all of that value. Plus, fighting underneath this favored land does mean that all of those myth units are getting healed back up. So it's a tough one to continue to bash in there, I guess. And Gabu shows he is meaning to play in this one. He's come to play. He's got that skill. Gets the first win. We'll jump into game number 2 and see how it goes. Game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as the Great God Frere. His name is Gabu. His opponent today in the red color playing as Kronos, the newly buffed Kronos, might I add. this one was a small change that if you weren't paying attention, it's actually kind of a big deal. This is a gigantic deal. His name is Zapata, and he is going to be the Chronos player for us. What is the big change, you might ask? What is it? The big change is I can leave this villager over here. I can build a dock here. I can build a dock here. I can build a dock here. And guess where those docks can go? How about here, for example? How about over here, for example? How about over here, for example? It doesn't matter where they go. They can go there. So long as there's something there, as we do see a cheeky little dock getting deconstructed here.
Yow.
And the Berserk is immediately going to be rebuilding this one. And yeah, this is... I honestly think that this is actually quite a difficult matchup here for Freya. Like, I think that a lot of players went down this line of... What's the really most powerful god on this map? Zeus. Zeus is the scary god on this map. He's been brought back in line with the Skylar changes, so I'm actually not sure anymore. But Zeus is the powerful god on this map. Freya was kind of the answer to Zeus in a lot of ways. But guess who's the answer to Freya? I think Kronos. I think it's Kronos. Maybe. Maybe, just maybe. We'll have to wait and see. Especially here with what Zapata has already gone for. He did drop the deconstruction onto the dock. I'm actually, to be honest, I don't think this really does anything anymore. It used to be the standard play, but I think the dock builds relatively quickly. I don't think you really gain much from it. I think the best deconstruction is actually on a temple, or for the zero favor in the classical age on a dock when you're trying to break it down as fast as possible. But nonetheless, let's see how things are going to go. Actually, one other little point to touch on that I think, one of the reasons why I think Kronos is quite good on this map. The land pressure isn't really there on this map. Like, yeah, you can get some games that go that way, and then maybe Kronos is going to lose this sort of advantage. But because the land pressure isn't really there, Kronos gets to sneak out 1, 2, 3 oracles throughout the game. And all of a sudden, he's got the boosted food economy from having those fishing ships. He's got the extra oracles that aren't getting sniped throughout the game because there's not really that early game sort of pressure on this map for reasons of people don't really want to commit to a big attack or building units because there's 2 gold mines they've got. It's just really hard to get anything done is the general thing. So you get all this extra favor, you get all this extra food, and all of a sudden now I just get a whole bunch of Prometheans. And it can be really, really nice. But we'll have to wait. We'll have to see. Temple coming up now for Gabu. There are some relics in the map. For some reason, we don't see these getting grabbed all too often on these water maps. Myself included. I just kind of... I see them, I'm like, oh, I should pick that up, and then I just don't. It's because you don't factor it into your build order at all. But there are some really, really nice ones. Svartalfari's Sledge here is great for the Freya player here as well. Girdle of Hippolyta on this position as well. Another really fantastic relic. We do see the Temple coming in forward here. This is a fast advance, actually, from Zapata. So he has just gone for a standard opening, a very old opening, but a standard one to put a huge amount of pressure on. There is a trick to this. If this happens to you and your opponent doesn't play it right, you can very easily come out in front. Just sneak a berserk around, drop a dock over here. Come over here, drop a dock over here. Sneaky, but very, very effective. But nonetheless, we will be seeing actually Freya coming through from Gabu as well. A whole bunch of strange things in this game. Freya instead of Ulla at the moment. It's going to give him the Valkyrie, which is going to be a big help, and give him the more powerful Hersa with Sesrumnir. But he is going to be missing out on that Asgardian Bastion, on all those really nice upgrades coming from Ulla as well. So we'll see how that's going to go with the military barracks getting time shifted in as well. I always kind of thought that... Ooh, that was weird. Let's not talk about exactly what's going on there, because I do not know. It says it's at 1 HP. It is building. Maybe he sees it as building. We don't. I'm going to go ahead and just believe that this has got more than 1 HP. Whether it does or not, I'm going to believe. It's a little bit of a cheeky bug in the making there. But yeah, a couple of longboats out to defend over here. And we will see these guys moving up to the top side of the map. What I want to see here from Zapata, and this is something that he's really missing here, is just fishing up, getting more fishing ships, just fishing up the rest of this position, getting a dock over here. He's going for a town center, which I don't mind, but he needs to get the rest of that fish going. I already hear it. All of the pro players saying, fish doesn't matter. I mean, it matters insofar as you still have to get it in the classical age. If you don't get it, you're losing out on resources. But nonetheless, a town center to come through. We see the forest fire comes in. No significant damage, but a little bit of idle time to come in. And the game moves on. The game moves on. As the army now going into the main base here. Kaboo is actually, he's struggling for units. He doesn't have a whole lot of stuff. He's going to be grabbing himself his watchtowers and chucking down longhouses all over the place. And the watchtowers does take quite a while to come through. Sure, it's cheap with Frere, but it does take quite a long time to actually complete that research time there. As the Promethean here going to be getting smacked down. One Berserk going down there as the Hersa have to retreat away, but Zapata has a sizable force here. He has a really big force of units. If he can get up here and take out some villages, this could be really big. And he does notice that. We see the watchtowers are now completed. I don't think that Zapata has to care about this, but he does need to continue killing units. Killing off a Hersa there. Now ready to pull back. And we'll see where to next. As the heroes, Citizen going to turn around, start shanking this one down the town center here. Still quite a ways from finishing off. There are 2 hero citizens that can just chase this this Valkyrie away. Nice little harassment from Gaboo, but not going to be able to get a whole bunch of stuff done. As up onto the top side, are we seeing some ships? No ships there. We are seeing some ships actually over here though, which is a bit interesting. A couple more longboats and Dreki on the way. After getting all of these units being under so much pressure here, I'm surprised to see him continue to get those ships in. Picking off houses is always going to be a worthwhile investment of time, especially against Norse. As Kaboo retreating back, these units here simply going to be retreating back as well. And I guess Zapata here needs to be a little bit careful. The one unit that I think is super underrated here in this specific situation, and in many others as well, but this specific one, is just a handful of Caraballister. Especially when you got that low favor count on Valor. Get 3 Caraballister out, 3 Caraballister heroes. They actually are really, really good. I don't really rate massing them, getting like 10 out. But getting just a handful out with a good amount of frontline with Catapulties, Murmillo, Prometheans, that can be really scary as an infantry player. But Gaboo dropping a town center over here onto this side, kind of getting away with this a little bit. This is one of those things that Frere kind of just gets to do because he's got access to Gullenbursty. Now, Gullenbursty has been, off the back of the tiniest of nerfs, no longer going to stun units on the impact. When you drop it down, it doesn't stun them. It's still going to be sending them flying and things like that. But, yeah, town center is now up. And Gaboo's going to have to be very, very happy having this position now. As the dock over here, under attack, but all these units are coming through. If Gaboo can get a wall down and lock these guys off, you can get a huge amount of damage, but not going to be able to do so. So the army just retreats back, keeps the dock alive, but a huge amount of losses here now for Zapata. I think he is, without a doubt, thrown his position in this game, and now Gaboo's going to be very happy. Very happy to continue along in this game. He took a lot of damage early on here, but I don't think Zapata has managed to quite capitalize on not getting the fishing ships in. He does have the earlier town center. He's in a completely fine position, but he can't be happy about losing all those units there. Now some Terminator come through. To try and take out those thrown axemen here. With good micro, you can really get a lot of those thrown axemen dealt with. Plus those Prometheans, if the thrown axemen aren't targeting the right unit, they're not doing that much damage at all, as the medium infantry does come through. But now Gabu has to go onto the retreat. And we've got Hyperion here. Hyperion is now clicked up. So a little bit of a game of, I hate to say it, but a little bit of a game of throws thus far. As I now think that Zapata, after picking off all of those units, he's now going to be in a good spot. But he's still got his work cut out for him here. The problem, so to speak, of dealing with Freya is the longer the game goes on, the more powerful this god becomes. So luckily for Zapata, he's still got a lot of power spikes remaining here to convert a win. And Gabu's got a lot of things he's going to have to worry about. There's some villagers. We'll be moving forward. It looks like he wants to grab these boars. I could be wrong on that. Maybe he's going for the gold mine. He is going for the boars. He wants all the food he can possibly get. He does have a lot of villagers on wood with 1,000 wood in the bank. There's never anything wrong with just pulling these bad boys off and just dropping them onto the berry bushes for a little bit. As the army coming through and they see those villagers, he says, I'm more than happy to get some trades in here. But without Hyperion in, imagine a chaos on that fight there. That would be gigantic. He's going to be retreating back for the time being, but I'm sure we're going to put down some sort of a palace onto a gold mine here very, very shortly. The differential in population is stark, though, at the moment, as Zapata really needs a little something here, as those Chaos Throwing Axemen will be cleaning themselves up in a big way. Terma getting some big damage done as the double satyrs onto the back here is going to be gigantic. And those Throwing Axemen pulling away for the time being there. Throwing Axemen getting just a little bit of damage done as the Terminal to come through. And Zapata, once again, he is making it look incredibly difficult for Gabu to make anything happen in this game. He's pushed off this position. He's prevented the food from getting grabbed. I want to see these gold mines start to get controlled now for Zapata. Gabu also, if he can come up to here, maybe get some walls down and just grab this one gold mine nice and safe. Keep him alive. Get him to A gear here in this game. Maybe he can then push forward and get another gold mine, say at the top of the map here or over here in the middle of the map. Like those two options could be completely fine for him as well. As the Terma going to be trying to get in here and pick off the Thrown Axemen and everything else over onto this side. We've got the Longhouse up as well. Look at all those Thrown Axemen just dead. What a time to be alive. As the citizens now coming back up. And I guess this is the scary part for Zapata, but I don't think Gabu has got... I don't think Gabu's really got anything he can use here. I don't think Gabu can do anything here. That palace is up. He's completely safe. He's got his gold mine secured. He is in a great spot. As the town center now under attack. This is going to be the only real opportunity for Gabu to drop Gul and Bursty. He's actually going through Bragi, not through A-Gear. So if he loses this town center, now he doesn't get to use that Gul and Bursty to secure a gold mine and help him win this fight here. I mean, maybe he can push forward and try and secure over here while the army's out of position, but losing that town center, losing all these villages, this is going to hurt. However, you have to remember that when Gabu hits the heroic age, all of a sudden, he's going to get Persine. All of a sudden, it's going to take him a little bit longer because he is Freya. But he's going to get Persine. His food income is going to come up. And while he is behind by what looks to be 40 villages, 40 population, he is not 40 villages behind. He's more like, I think he's probably actually pretty close to equal here in terms of income once that Persine comes in. But he has to research it. Is he grabbing it? He's not actually grabbing it. Throwing away units on this position as well. He doesn't... I wouldn't even want to be dropping the flaming weapons here because you don't know if the Chronos player has got himself access to a chaos. But we'll see if he can hold on as the villagers now coming forward to grab even more food. The Thrown Axemen doing a great job over here. The Berserks, plenty of military units here. In fact, Zapata's got plenty of military units as well. I'm not sure exactly where all of his stuff is. He's throwing a lot of guys in kind of one at a time. Half of his army coming in on one angle, half of his army coming in a little bit disjointed here, allowing Gabu to actually trade quite well underneath this palace. But now with the flaming weapons comes down, not enough favor for the chaos. Completely fine to use this one, but just not that many units remaining. As now we see Persine. We've also got the heavy infantry to come through. Gabu does have 8 longhouses in, trying to pump those units out in this one. There's Contarius and everything else starting to join up in this position. Another hill fort to come down over here as well. He needs to secure the gold mine because Zapata, actually, even with the hill fort, it's just going to get deconstructed. So I don't even think that realistically here, Gabu can hold on this pushback. The hill fort's going to get immediately removed. The Terma are just removing those throw and action as well. There's that deconstruction we were talking about. The villagers on this gold mine are not going to be long for this world. Berserks to come through. They will be able to get a good amount of damage onto the Terma, but those Satyr are there to clean the Berserks up. Now, the one thing here going for Gabu is this population situation just slightly not there for Zapata. Does not quite have everything, but the villager count is dropping. The military count, it's still kind of there, but there's no heroes to deal with those Satyr. Those 2 Satyr are going to be key, and more Satyr to come, I'm sure. 30 favor in the bank with nearly 5,000 wood. That screams build 1 more Satyr to me. Mr. Throwing Axeman still desperately trying to hold on here. The Valkyrie now ready to poke back. As Zapata doing what he can to finish this game off, but Gabu is on the edge. He's on the absolute edge in this game. We'll see if he can survive. And now the hill fort gets time to get this one back up. Now, there are a handful of destroyers here. Not sure destroyers are ever the best option against Norse, unless you really have all the answers for the throwing axemen. But destroyers, they do get cleaned up very, very quickly by those throwing axemen. 30% hack armor against the big amount of damage coming through from those throwing axemen. 3x versus infantry. Can be a little bit tricky there to utilize those bad boys. I guess you can use the surprise factor. They do have only 3.6 speed, but if you catch the throwing axeman on one side of the map, you can go and attack a different side of the map and get the damage done. There's the throwing axeman turning around, getting the little bits of damage done. This red army retreating back out. Up onto this side, military barracks coming up all over the place here. Oh, and we do have Atlas now on the way, and this is going to be another very scary thing. And this is just all of these advantages sort of built up on top of one another as Zapata is finding himself further and further and further in front in this game. He is going to be opting to get a little bit of an attack here, a little bit early. Villagers coming up here, they will get graded by the villagers on that palace. As Gabu says, all right, it's time to fight. Not really a whole lot of hero units here to deal with those Valkyrie that have come through. On the top here, the gatherers will turn around and start shanking this as the distraction has been dropped. This attack is great here for Gabu because if Zapata can't hold, I'm not sure if that's going to be a problem for him or not, but if he can't, then Implode needs to be clicked on himself, which does kill off all the units, but it's not that big of a thing there. I think Zapata won't need to drop it though. It looks like he's managed to clean up that back line decently. He is sitting at a very solid full population as the army of Gabu continues to stream forward here, and then we get the double Argus spawn here to come through. Unfortunately wasted a special attack over there as the second one coming in. If you stay on this pool of acid for too long, Look at that damage as all those thrown axemen just get erased. You got to run away from it. The timer, you can see it. It shows you. Just remove the units from that area and you will survive. It's very important. As the army here of Gaboo retreating back up onto the side, another palace comes through. Deconstruction gets dropped down onto this hill fort. The destroyers go into town on the other hill fort. And in that moment, Gaboo taps out and Zapata manages to level the series here. 1-1. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an absolute game here for you in this first round. An absolute series. What a time to be alive. Checking out that post game here as we sort of, before we move along here. A little bit updated. Not bad, not bad. A little bit of updated shenanigans here. Look at these resources. Gaboo in front for so long. But when you throw away all those villages, that's where it all goes wrong. Do we get to see the villager situation? I'm not exactly sure if this is showing fishing ships or not. I don't know. But, I mean, military, 27 villagers killed. And to 14, though. So it's not like it was that crazy big. But still a big amount. Anyways, we'll get on to game number 3. Don't you guys go nowhere. And we'll see that one very shortly. Another game, another you, another me. This is game number 3. I don't have to change anything. In the right-hand corner of the map, with his back up against the wall, he's playing as Thor, and his name is Gaboo. On the other side of the map, we do have Zapata, and he's going to be playing as Poseidon. The map is Marsh. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. This is where things get spicy. Why do things get spicy here? Well, I think correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I'm pretty sure that Zapata is a Poseidon main. That's like his main god. That's the god that he wants to go when his back is up against the wall. Thank for the prime, Steinson. I'm sorry if I butchered that name. It's got an A and an E. There we go. Favorite god, 20% of the games. See, I know things. Like, I don't know why or how I know them, but sometimes information, just comes. So, this is his god. Gaboo, on the other hand, I don't know how much Thor he's actually played. I know that he is a Norse player. I know he can play Freya. I know Loki is his main. But Loki is a very different beast to Thor. Loki is a very different beast to Freya, but he made the transition. Freya is a completely different beast to Thor. Of all of the pantheons, I think I would say that Norse is arguably the most dynamic, the most different. You have to learn a lot more about that god to kind of have success with it. You can't just kind of be I'm a Norse player and just say, I'm going to be able to play all these gods. Normally it's, I'm a Loki player, or I'm an Odin player, or I'm a Thor player, or I'm a Freya player. So I'm excited to see if Gaboo can make this work, because this is not an easy matchup on the surface. This isn't a easy matchup under the hood either, but maybe for different reasons. Because Zapata is going to have all the pressure early. He's dropped the early lure down, and he's going to be applying all the pressure onto Gaboo in the early stages of the game. And thus far, when Gaboo's been on the back foot, he's had success and he's had difficulties. So a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. So we'll see if he can survive all of these shenanigans here in the early game and then have some success afterwards. But that's going to be the big problem that he has to get over early on. Now, relics, again, for those of you who haven't really been playing along, anybody who's had some breaks from Retold over the past month or so, Marsh has changed a little bit. All the relics are spawning around the edge of the maps now. We've got Gugnir Odin's Spear. We've got Ship of Fingernails here. Going to get a little bit of food trickle on the bottom here. Kithara of Apollo. Now, this was done, in my opinion, I could be wrong on this, to just make it a little bit more fair. Seems like if players had different gods, being able to have a easier time at grabbing relics based on which god you had, just meant that when you played on a map like Marsh, you know that you've got the advantage because you just go grab all the relics, and sort of felt unfair, is my guess on the whole thing. But some new relics here as well, going to be boosting up the walls and repair rate. And we'll see how things are going to go as the Berserk does his little dance around this house. I'll start coming up here as well for Gabu as the Forseti on the way. And all these dwarves going to be moving up onto this top side. As I'm actually a little surprised here. This is a bit of a later advance than I would have expected out of Zapata. But he's going for a delayed one, which does mean he gets a little bit more economy in his back pocket. But it does mean he takes away... You lose a lot of the chance of getting damage done. And with the way that Gabu is opened in this one, Gabu's already got himself a 3-villager lead. As Zapata needs to get as much damage as he possibly can here. But look at this already from Gabu. Perfect building placement here at the start. Houses to block this up. Temple over here. This position really, really safe. On the back position, there's an armory to block this up a little bit as well. But we'll see if he can actually get in here or not. As the Theseus has to duke it out a little bit against the Herso here. He could go after the Berserk. Troll is in as well, as the Theseus immediately going to be targeting that one down. Gets a lot of big damage done. Already to half HP as the Longhouse now coming up for Gabu. And where to next? There's a Longhouse now coming down again. Just going to be getting into, I assume, Berserks to kick this one off, as the Hippias are already coming in. Could go into Herdman as another option, but Berserks or whatever he needs to do is going to be good. As let's just take a quick little look-see at what he's spotted. At the moment, he doesn't know that there's wood villagers here. He might have spotted them, he might not have. The obvious place to look is here. That's where you would expect the villagers to be. But we haven't yet seen Zapata going around and hitting villagers. That's the damage he needs to do. Getting little bits of chip damage onto human units here, probably not the best usage of his time. He needs to get idle time onto villagers, or better yet, villager kills. But at the moment, just going to be pulling back. We've got that Hammer of Thunder queued up as the Berserk going to come over here, drop some houses down, and see what happens. Not only that, on the backside here, I don't know if... Oh, never mind. I thought those was some hippos. The hippos are over here. It's okay. They're just a couple of goats, pigs, whatever you want to call it. As now, Zapata has managed to come around to the side. This is what he needed to do from the get-go. But he spots these units here. He's going to be able to get a little bit more damage onto the Berserks before getting sent packing. Picks off one Berserk there, is always nice. Can go after another one as the Hersa are going to be coming through. And behind all of this, the question is, is that center not controlled very well there? Gets a big whack from those Hersa. But what is he doing behind this? That's the big question. It looks like no longer... Nope, he's still building some more Hippias. So he's just continuing to stream units, and he's got a little bit of the dual raiding force created. Throwing Axemen coming out, actually, for Gabu. This is a little bit of a shocker for me. I wouldn't expect to see these until you see some infantry coming out. But I guess if you're just going to be sitting back and playing defensive and never leaving your base with those throwing Axemen, they can be some kind of a deterrent behind walls against Hippias raids. So to some degree, it makes some sense. But you definitely want to be maybe spending those resources a little bit more onto the Berserk, Hersa, Herdman, raiding cavalry line until something else starts coming out. As the Hippias now coming through, looking to get just a little bit of damage done, and he does spot those dwarves here. Going to be able to pick off one, going after a second one. This is really, really good amounts of damage here. 2 dwarves down, 3 dwarves, 4 dwarves, and we're now equal. In fact, not equal. Well, equal. Somewhat equal. Almost equal. Great raid there from Zapata. That's what he needed. The game is now level. And this is sort of to be expected to some degree in this matchup, because, you know, you're playing from an infantry standpoint on one side. Poseidon player is playing the cavalry route. So getting that damage done is I mean, you basically have to do it. If you don't, then you're not really utilizing those Hippias well enough, or your opponent is just outplaying you too hard. So the problem here, however, is Gabu, he's just dropping a town center in the face of all of those Hippias. Now, if Zapata spotted this, he could just fight this and it'll be really, really bad. But Gabu manages to sneak this town center up in his face. And now Zapata has to go, oh, damn. Oh, damn, what's next? Where to next? Gold mine situation. There's a gold mine over here. could you do some transport ship shenanigans to raid that a little bit later? Gold mine at the top with the Catacoscopos scouting that one out. There is probably something here in an all-in sort of standpoint. Maybe. Go for bronze. Big fat all-in with bronze. Take out the entirety of the army, kill off this town center, and then go for the gold staff. That looks like what Zapata is going to be going for here. The village is moving forward to grab those water buffalo. I mean, the safer option is just to drop a town center yourself and just sort of say, well, we were equal before. I'm just going to get another raid in and get a town center up while I go for it. But nonetheless, he's going for it, and he will find a hefty amount of damage here. He picks off the ox cart as well as 1, 2, 3, 4 villages. That was nasty. Up onto this side, the Catacoscopos does end up getting spotted. So not the best of trades there for Gabu. Now, luckily for Gabu, he does have the town center up, but this will give Zapata a longer time to hit this timing. Before, it probably would have been over at like 11, 12 minutes. It would no longer really be painful for him. But now, he's kind of managed to buy himself an extra minute, or buy himself an extra 2 minutes with those kills. Also managing to pick off a couple of berserks up here is going to be absolutely huge for Zapata. The other thing is, the units are coming through, so Zapata's got to be careful. He doesn't really want to take this fight here. I'd be surprised if he wanted to, considering he's just about to hit the next stage. The one Hippias goes down for that one as Gabu is now circling in onto this position. Now, behind all of this, I love this, military academies. The one thing that Norse struggles against more than anything else is counter infantry. Hypaspist, Axeman, Fanatic, Chukonu. Carabal stuff, kind of. But a whole bunch of, not hoplites, but Hypaspist to come through straight away here. And a big push with Hypaspist, Hippias, and a handful of Myth units behind it. This is going to be very, very strong. As the walls to come down. This one going to go down as well. And do we see a pass? We're not seeing the Hypaspist. I think this is a big mistake. He needs those to deal with the berserks and everything else, but maybe it doesn't matter if he just gets strong units out, clicks bronze. It might be too much. Villagers trying to escape here, but Zapata says, no, you're stuck in here with me. Thracian horses, heavy cavalry to come through as well. A couple of those centaurs getting into a good position here as the town center will fall on this spot. The villagers popping out over here as bronze needs to get dropped down, I would assume. Zapata here, I mean, he's waiting a little bit too long, but he does manage to get that one. A lot of villagers are falling. Are there enough military units, however, is the big question. Those heroes on the back need to get over there onto the troll there. They're not going there just yet. The Hydra has a huge amount of HP remaining and now onto 2 heads. He's going to be a big pain in this one. I'm not sure what Gabu is thinking. He should not have taken that fight. He had the retreat path. Sure, he loses the villagers, but at least he'd still be in the game. Now he's in an incredibly difficult position as the troll getting sniped down. There's now, however, going to be a flaming weapons to come through as revenge. There's the Dwarven Gold Mine to get dropped down, but Zapata, he gets the value he needs. He pulls back. Now what next? I already talked about it a little bit, but a dock, a transport ship, knocking down this wooden gate, going to this gold mine, that is the most important thing for him to go for here. Taking down this market, obviously going to be nice. A little bit of wood to go down, but this is not the grand prize. The grand prize is over here and getting some more villager kills as we see the army coming up here. Gabu desperately in need of an economic advantage in this game as the hippopotamus over here going to get sniped down. As the dwarves in Gabu fashion, this is the first time Gabu's actually been... This is what I love about Gabu. Normally he's really good at this, but he's so good at pulling his villagers off of the gold mine just as the army comes to raid it. He's been missing that in his main base, off of the wood line and everything else. But he does manage to pull back, doesn't lose anything there. and he's going to be able to continue on. Battle balls now coming through. This is the one thing here that Gaboo has been saving up in this game. Favor. So 2 battle balls out, a 3rd one on the way. A 4th one can actually get created here. However, Zapata can get out Hippolyta now. So he's got 3 heroes to play with at the moment. But he's only got 1 out. So he needs to get those through as fast as possible. We aren't going to be seeing them coming through anytime soon. A lot of favor income actually coming through. This is going to hurt quite a bit. Thank you for the Prime Gazer. Appreciate you, my friend. But he hasn't gotten the, I don't think he's got the economy quite just yet to put that many villagers on favor. I'm not sure exactly what he's going to be spending it on either. If he's saving it for, say, like another bronze, that makes some sense, but he's a long way away from that. And this 1 town center all in, at some point, you have to say, look, the game must go on. And in order to stay equal, when you get damage done, drop a town center. When you get damage done, get yourself some tech. When you get damage done, get yourself some more military units. But you have to be doing things with them. As now we see the army charging forward. This battle ball will get torn to shreds there as it uses that buck special attack before falling. A hill fort to get dropped in. This is a nice placement for the hill fort. But then again, transport chip. I'll say it a million times. This is my favorite part about this map. And watering hole. And any map that is kind of divided up by water. There's the army now coming back through. 68 favor. He's still very far away from another bronze here. But the longer this goes on, the further Gaboo... Well, the closer to getting back into this game, but also the further Gaboo is going to be able to get in front, because all he needs to do is just survive here. But we are seeing the army charging forward. That Hydra is so big in this one. They are fighting underneath the healing spring. A lot of units not actually able to attack here. This is a little bit like 300 for Gaboo here. But once that front line falls, then the Throw and Action are going to be in a lot of trouble here as the army now dives through underneath the town center. Great movement from Gaboo. A big overcommitment there, I'd say, from Zapata. But Zapata kind of gets lucky. He sees the Dwarven Mine getting dropped down at his feet here. He's not going to want to retreat away from this. Flaming Weapons gets dropped down. Is that going to be ceasefire? Oh, no, he doesn't. He's just going to continue to charge in. Gaboo, for the 2nd game in a row, drops Flaming Weapons with next to no population here. Zapata is more than happy to just hang out underneath these towers, underneath this town center, and get some villager kills cooking here. As the Hippie is coming through, sniping down those villagers up onto this top side. They're trying to run away, but this is the damage that he needs to keep things nice for himself to move forward here. More Hippias to come through, slicing up the Thrown Axeman and everything else. Zapata going to swing around. He can come back onto this gold mine. He's pumping out more dudes. Now we see the town center. This seals the deal in my mind here for Zapata. This is the sort of advantage he needs, or building he needs, to ensure his success in this game. Gaboo, the only way for him to find himself back into this game is to get some really, really good picks onto units or raids. He's got to make something happen now. There's nothing, the game is not going to find him the win any longer, as Zapata will be equal talents and is in front on population, has the stronger units with the Greeks, and he's in the heroic age, and he's continuing to make these centaur, and he's making so many problems here for Gaboo. Now, Gaboo does still have gold mines. 1 Dwarven gold mine in the bank. He's got 57, 58 favors. We can kind of stay alive here for a little bit longer. There is that gold mine at the top as well that he could sneak. He's got a lot of dwarves over here, actually, so he could just sneak over onto that one if he really wants to. Zapata now moving up. I mean, he's also, with all those villagers on favor, I thought he was going to be going for a bronze. Should make some sense. But now there's no flaming weapons. There's really nothing left for him to worry about. He's going to charge in and say, all right, where's your army? Let me kill your town center off. The centaur coming through. The villagers all diving into the town center. This one's not going to be long for this world here as the centaur chasing after the villagers here. A couple of hippies to go chasing as well as the army slow to react to come over here with not very much of it. Anyways, there's a whole bunch of dwarves falling before the centaur pulling back, and the town center will end up going down. As we've got Sylvan Lord to come through, more centaurs on the way. These centaurs are going to get even more powerful here. I actually want to see, the recent buff to Greek was the Petropolis got cheaper and faster to train. I wouldn't mind seeing that to just siege down this main base, drop a fortress down here, get a Petropolis out, and then all of a sudden, Gabu is really left with nothing in his bag of tricks. As the spread damage coming through from Zapata, brutal there. As the Goatee to come through. They will be able to snipe down those centaur pretty quickly, but Zapata clicks a quick cheeky ceasefire here. A cheeky ceasefire. He was a little bit scared about his positioning, maybe. I'm not sure. He's waiting on bronze weapons, so there is a little something coming for him, and he doesn't have his heroes. I think that's what he was scared of. He doesn't have his heroes out. He's got only Atalanta, and Atalanta is over here, not in his army, so he will have himself, at the very least, Hippolyta, and Theseus will be out in a jiffy as well. So, a little bit of time bought for Gabu here, but I mean, you still got to give the advantage over to Zapata as he's going to be moving forward, taking this fight. The centaur dropping that rain of arrows before retreating away here. There's a lot of berserks here. There's not really a healthy amount of Hippaspis at the moment. It's the Hippolyta getting out of position, getting sniped down really, really quickly. That's not what you want to see. Theseus to come through, as well as the Atalanta going to be able to help taking out the battle board. If the Hippolyta stays alive, that's all she needs to do. It doesn't matter if she's got 1 HP or full HP, so long as she's getting that damage done. As the front line falls there, the Hippias charging through, taking out the back line, as well as Gabu in full retreat with very little military remaining. His economy is in absolute disarray, and the hill fort will fall soon after. But Gabu still has a gold mine on the bottom. This is his last chance, well, not his last chance in the tournament. This is his last chance for today. Tomorrow there is another qualifier for him to get another opportunity to qualify for, but this is not how he expected his qualifying day one to go, as Zapata here is playing out of his mind in this game. We see a healthy amount of herdmen to come through. Now these are some units that can really make an impact here. There's not, like I said, there's really not that many Hippaspis in this army. There's 7. Maybe if Gabu can get himself, is he going for the town center? Jesus, he's going for the town center. This is what he's got to get caught here. It looks like Zapata's spidey senses are tingling as he moves over. He sees the town center going up, and the army charges in. These urban, they can turn a fight here. They really, really can. But are there enough Hippaspis? Are there enough units here? I don't think there are. The Hippias are too much. The army numbers here of Gabu are falling down incredibly quickly. The town center is denied. And now Gabu, now we get Swineray. Is there any hope? There's 3 town centers up now for Zapata. He's throwing his farms up. There's still a healthy amount of hunt on the map actually here. So it doesn't even, obviously farming is fine at this point in the game with resources in the bank, but he could continue to just eat food on the map and have a great time. But all those units here falling. And Gabu says, with a sigh, GG, well played Zapata, as Zapata best Gabu on this day with some exceptional Poseidon and Kronos play. Came to play, he's going on to the next round. What a game, what a series. This is the way to kick off an S-tier tournament. EGCTV Immortal, Clash of the Immortals, qualifiers day 1. We're going to jump into another series after this one, so don't you guys go nowhere. And we're going to go and find it. Alrighty, we are jumping around in this tournament today. So, we have skipped game number 1. For those of you wanting to see game number 1, pester me really, really hard and we might go and watch the recorded game. We got game number 2 here. In the right-hand corner of the map. A man who should need no introduction, but I'm going to give him one anyways. He is a player who has played a Mythology Vanilla. He's a player who has played the Titans. He's a player who played Extended Edition. And he is a player currently playing Retold. He is a good friend of mine, Grand Monster, and he is an absolute titan of an Age Mythology player. But his opponent is no stranger to the spotlight. No stranger at all. He's been in many tournaments. He's gone far in many tournaments. He's gone to the finals of S tier tournaments in the Age Mythology history books. This is Shelty, the Snake Shelton, and he's going to be playing some Oranos for us in game number 2. I forgot to do the gambles. We got to get some gambers going here. All right, bam, bam, bam. The gambers are coming, and just let me quickly. We're a professional stream of professionalism at the moment here. There you go. Gamble away. Okay, so yes, it is DOD on DOD violence apparently. Okay, so we've got some relics. We've got Shinnok's Okra Whip. Going to be boosting up the old plow and all the other good stuff. On the other side, on the bottom side here, we've got the Bow of Artemis here. Ranged soldiers would cost minus 10%. Gold as well. Cooking near Odin's Spear can be helping out the spearmen there. And on the top side, we've got Scales of Catapulapasa. So we're already into something that I think is pretty interesting here. I'm surprised to see Grand Monster on Ra. I know he's got a Ra. I know it's strong. But the reason I'm surprised is he is an Odin player at heart. And I don't know what the bans were like. I haven't been checking out the drafts, so I'm not going to question anyone's picks, or picks on bans. Beyond the fact that if you get two gods banned, you still have 2 Norse gods to play. So I'm surprised to see Grand Monster not on a Norse god at this point. Okay, I'm trying to read chat, but I'm not sure what's going on. Nonetheless, Shelty here, the thing is with Shelty is he has consistently performed incredibly well with Oranos in these tournaments. Consistently, he'll pick it. You just won't even realize that this is a god that he's good with. And he just rolls up and he says, I'm here to play. I'm here to show you how to play some Oranos and you're going to have to deal with it. So I'm excited to see what he's going to come up with. He does decide to convert a hero oracle somewhere on the map to, I imagine, pick up a relic. But I'm not exactly sure where he is. If I was a oracle, I see 1, 2 oracles. Wait, no, he doesn't have it. Am I tripping? Did he cancel the hero oracle? I think I'm tripping. I'm definitely tripping. We see Oceanus coming through here or has already hit here for Shelty. He's going to be dropping a military barracks straight away. And we're going to be seeing Bast for Grand Monster. Now, not this patch, but a recent patch. Egyptian players, my brethren, were hit with a nerf. Monument to the priests, now more expensive. Monument to the pharaohs, even more expensive. However, everything else is still kind of good. So if you really want to go for some Sphinx like Grand Monster is going to, this is a 3 monument, 445 advance time, and he's got 40 favor in the bank at the moment. That's not nothing. That's still something. That's some Sphinx. That's some damage to come through. And hello there, Darkness, my old friend. This is the 4 Sphinx build. It's back. It's back with a vengeance as a Oracle does get sniped down. Now, personally, I was never a believer in the Sphinx against Atlantean shenanigans. It was definitely a tricky matchup, don't get me wrong, but I definitely think that Atlanteans could outplay and get on top of it. But this one here, this might catch Shelty by surprise, because Who does anything that... If something's being nerfed, who ever goes for a nerfed strategy? No one would ever go for a nerfed strategy. That's not allowed. You're not allowed to go for a nerfed strategy. You have to do something else. That's the only way to play. Grand Monster says, I've got it. I've got the build. I'm here. Let's go. I'm going to pump out Sphinx and I'm going to show everyone the business. This is now getting Cryo Sphinx. And the question really is going to be, what does he build next? Does he go for Axeman here? Does he go for Spearman here? Does he go for a fast heroic behind all of this? Those are the big questions. A couple of barracks. So he will be going for some barracks units. Now, as the one town center Ra player, the tricky part of this is you've got to get damage done. Now, if Shelty can identify that this strategy is coming for him, the answer to this strategy is don't lose villages. Put a sky passage up here, put a sky passage over here, put a sky passage over here. Now, all of a sudden, you're able to just be everywhere and anywhere on the map with citizens and just be gathering resources without having idle time. And it doesn't matter if you lose a town center. It doesn't matter if you lose your entirety of your base, so long as the villages are still there and you can rebuild them somewhere, give yourself that time. And we are seeing frontline heroics coming in, another very important technology here to deal with all this stuff. As already 3 Mermilla were out, the Axemen are here, and with the Caladria, and this is not an easy fight to take because they are just going to say, it doesn't matter how much your units counter mine if mine have got a big amount of HP. There's a couple more Mermillos to come through. Mana to come out here for Shelty. And where to next? And he's got to get some pressure somewhere, but I guess the question is, like, in what kind of a rush should you be as the Ra player to get damage done? Now, unlike kind of a standard one town center play, which is get damage done while you're building up to your timing attack, right? That's a standard one town center all in. When you go for a favor one town center all in, that's kind of a little bit in the middle of your economy setting, because it's not really. You're still getting like a decent amount of extra economy in the favor situation. As the villagers all popping out, there wasn't another sky passage there as the Carnivora gets dropped down. Will we see Eclipse getting dropped or not as the Axemen taking out those hero units? The Sphinx retreating away from these. This is getting some good damage done. There's the Eclipse to come through as the citizens here retreating back into the tower here. Over onto this side, more units to come through as the heroes are just getting split up. During this Eclipse, the Sphinx also get a little bit more armor, so they get more survivability here. And now Shelty says, okay, if you're going to click that Eclipse, I'm going to run. He's only lost one citizen thus far. Maybe going to be losing another one here, so that does hurt. As the hero Mermillo turning around onto this side, and we'll see if he can hold on as the citizen on the gold mine now getting taken out. Another one to go down there. Another 2 to go down as well. As onto this side, all of the pressure from Grand Monster has now become a absolute reality here. But militarily speaking, nope, he's in front on military. Villages, he's still on front on villages. The citizens retreating into the town center over here. Lots of units sitting out into the center of the map. And we'll see where to next. Those are the big questions. Galadriel's flying in here. There's just not enough units here for Shelty anymore. Like he's been hit with this timing and he's just completely fumbled it. And now the town center is going to go down. The town center is 100% going down here. Those Sphinx, they don't pack a punch, they pack a claw. But they're going to claw that town center down so quickly. More citizens falling here as Shelty pulling back into the main base. And what else can he do now? Another couple of citizens falling. 2 more falling. Oh, it's so brutal. He just can't keep his citizens alive. He's not set up that sky passage network that we were talking about earlier on, and he has just really, really found himself in a very awkward position. Now, beyond this, the damage is done. Grand Monster can drop 2 town centers, 3 town centers, 4. He can drop all the town centers in the world if he wants to. Literally 5 town centers, and he's probably well and truly able to hold everything and go on to be in an insanely good position. Some more Hero Millos to come through for Grand Monster. Now, Grand Monster, not Grand Monster, for Shelty. One thing that Shelty's really missing here is that Hero Karabalista. Now, normally I wouldn't advocate for Karabalista against Egyptians, but in this specific situation, and again, I think that Shelty did not set up his defensive Sky Passages, but if you have the Sky Passage and a Slinger comes in, or a bunch of Slingers come in to try and kill off your Karabalista, you just dive into that Sky Passage and you're all good. So it's really, really helpful to sort of defend against all of those Axemen and all of those Sphinx as well. As the Oracle on the back does end up getting sniped down. The Axeman for Grand Monster, they're in a way. Does he have Bite of the Shark? If he doesn't have Bite of the Shark. If you have Bite of the Shark, you don't trade resource cost wise, but I think you can trade like 1 for 1. I could be wrong on that. I could be talking out of my, but I'm pretty sure they do trade 1 for 1. So if you can get close to 1 for 1, you will be able to win this fight, especially with like a shockwave or something onto the Axeman, charging, kill off all the Sphinx, etc., etc., etc. They trade better than 1 for 1. There you go. I'm not crazy. Maybe I'm wrong. It's now the Heroic Age is in. The Migdol Stronghold going to be coming through here to defend this gold mine, defend this food situation as well. One thing that Grand Monster hasn't used yet is Rain. He's got himself 9 farms down. The villagers will finish up on this gold mine and then move to the next thing. And Shelty, I mean, he can just go Heroic Age. Like, Heroic Age, Hyperion, Chaos on the Axeman. He's giving Grand Monster a lot of time here. Technically, he's not actually even behind on villagers at the moment. So we are seeing some Chariot Archers. Great snipes here. This is the kind of little mini amounts of damage you absolutely need to get to pull yourself back into a game. This is exactly what he needs to be doing, but he needs to be careful not to lose all too many units here. And the Sphinx here, they're going to be looking for a big raid to come in here. The Shelty citizens just sneaking by. It's still just 1 town center apiece here, so long as Shelty doesn't take this engagement without chaos, I think he's going to be okay. He might be able to claw his way back into this, pun intended. Oh god. We'll see the army coming through. He's just pulling him back in underneath the watchtowers. There's so many units at this point that these watchtowers, while they will probably kill off 1 or 2 units, it doesn't really matter to the aggressive player here. So there's the Hyperion. And we've already got Osiris on the way. Osiris is going to be the problem. Son of Osiris, how do you kill Son of Osiris? A couple of Contaris might actually be the answer here. You obviously have to catch the Ra player out of position, but it might be the answer. As the Axemen coming through here, those Mamilo Hero is doing a crazy amount of damage as the Chaos gets dropped down, and oh, look at the damage onto those action there. The Locust does come through. The Sphinx all getting cleaned up at the moment here, and look at the difference now in terms of military, as there's nothing left for Grand Monster. Nothing left. The army, however, very low on HP. Shelty needs to identify this. He's looking for damage here. He's got to get those units back up to full HP, because when Son of Osiris comes, those low HP units are going to just die in one shot. Thank you for the prime, Maffy fam. Appreciate you, my friend. He's got to heal these guys back. Absolutely. He probably needs... Yeah, he's getting more Caladria out. This is exactly what he needs. But Shelty is still... He's still got a mountain to climb. And that mountain is the Son of Osiris. He's got to figure out how to catch that one out. Now, the good thing here for Shelty is he is on the map Ghost Lake. There's no way to building creep and slowly push that Son of Osiris down the Atlantean player's throat. So we'll see if we can figure it out. Because there's that Pharaoh in the middle of this army here. There is going to be access to a shockwave. But this is a very tense moment. The Son of Osiris basically removes those Terma from the fight. And he's going to be charging forward here. Shockwave onto these units is going to be vital. He doesn't click it. He's charging in. He's barely managed to get in onto the Son of Osiris. He's doing a huge amount of damage. Those Chariot Archers on the back here will get cleaned up as well, as it does look like the army here of Shelty manages to collide through, demolishing this. He's trying to get in front of the Son of Osiris. He does manage to do so, and all without the shockwave, as the Son of Osiris, a feared unit, manages to get thrashed there as Shelty breaks through. Now the big question is, what's that favor going to be getting spent on? Grand Monster's got 153 favor in the bank. Like, honestly, if he just waits for, I don't know, call it 5 minutes, he can get another Son of Osiris out. Or 5, 10, 7 minutes? Something like that. The game is still... I think the game is still in Grand Monster's hands here, but he's got to create a very, very good unit composition here. He is making camels, he's making spears, he's making chariot archers, he's making everything under the sun here as the Termi heroes to come through to try and take this one out. There's a huge Locust to get dropped down. Those citizens are going to be very, very much in pain here. And Shelty does tap out. His Grand Monster, by the skin of his chinny chin chin, manages to hold on. I mean, this game was put into chaos from Shelty misreading the early stage of this game. To say otherwise would be to not have watched this game. He needed something to defend himself. Playing 2 town center versus 1 town center, you can't get caught out of position like that. And he did. Took a lot of damage, took a lot of villager kills. And from then, Grand Monster could ride that advantage. Shelty did a great job trying to pull himself back in here. I was surprised to see that fight go as well as it did for him against the Son of Osiris. But realistically, Grand Monster's early attack didn't really give him like a gigantic advantage. It gave him a small advantage. And Shelty was still in this game, but he just could not quite bring himself back into it. But what does this mean? It means we've got another game 3, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be going on to it very, very shortly. Hope you're all having a fantastic time hanging out with me. And we'll get that next game going. There will be no sitting around watching, waiting, dreaming in this day, in this age of mythology, because we've got ourselves game number 3 immediately in the right-hand corner of the map in the blue color, playing as Set. His name is Grand Monster. In the left-hand corner of the map, in the other color, the maroon color, the red color, whatever you want to call it, his name is Shelty, and he's going to be playing as Loki. The map, this one is Step, with 2 P's and an E. Step A, if you want to be fancy. This map is really, really cool. I like this map because it kind of flips the script a little bit on Age of Mythology in the way that you raid. Normally, raids kind of go around the outside of the map, and the middle of the map is normally kind of filled up with stuff. But on this map, all the stuff goes on the outskirts of the map because that's where all the stuff is, basically. That's where all the resources are. And the middle of the map often ends up being really open, which means that come mid-game or come early-late game, all of a sudden there's this big incentive to just walk stuff forward and just say, hey, let me just place some buildings down here and I'm attacking your main base. That sort of stuff. So we'll see how things are going to go for us because Grand Monster here, he is going in with the Set. Ah, yes. Yes, Set. Set. What a time to be alive for the Set players out there. Will Set be able to figure it out here? This is a god that has been struggling in the standings, but is always going to be one of those gods that you just have to play really specific Age of Mythology to have success with this god. He's got all the timing attacks in the world with Shifting Sands, Ancestors, Meteor, Tornado. He's got all of the trickery in the world with Shifting Sands and potentially Citadel Center as well. And he's just got all of the craziness with the animal conversions in the early stages of the game to ensure that you're going to be bringing those back home, creating your animal army, utilizing it correctly, making sure you eat the food that you need to, making sure you use it in your army in the right positions. All of those decisions, very, very tricky. But, I mean, is it too tricky? Or can Grand Monster figure out how to use it against Loki? For the longest time here, we've been seeing Egyptians having the edge over Norse. The longest time. Has that changed? Has that been flipped? Is now Norse completely fine against Egyptian? I mean, I'm not even sure if this game is going to prove anything. But it's going to say something in terms of like what the players think the meta is, what the players are going to go for, what their strategies are. Are we going to see more Wadgets? I mean, the Wadgets were nerfed a long time ago, but to be completely honest, they're still pretty good. They're still buildable. I wouldn't be surprised if Mister, when he comes back, continues to use Wadgets. Because he was the king of Wadgets. He wasn't like the sole reason why they were so oppressive. He definitely showed the way with the Wadget. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him continuing to be able to do that. But we'll see if Grand Monster wants to go that route. At the moment, just the one monument. Lots of villagers on gold here. It looks to me like Grand Monster's going to be going for a town center. Now, town center against Loki, you might ask, a little bit crazy. But is it? Not really. If you can come up and grab this town center and then go for a classical fight with Axeman, and if he does it correctly, what ends up happening is he's able to set up a defensive, or he's going for the back town center. He's able to set up a defensive position that is really tough for the Norse player to break through, while also keeping an eye on town centers such that the Loki player just can't grab a really quick town center to sort of find an equal advantage in this game. So what I mean by that is, if you go for a fast second town center as Egyptian and you allow the Norse player to grab, say, like a 5-minute 30-second town center, your town center doesn't mean anything. He's completely fine, economically speaking, and you haven't found any sort of advantage with your faster second town center. But if you go drop your town center, get yourself out, say, 5 Axemen straight away, as you can see, you can definitely afford to be building those in your main base already, then that 530 town center drop ends up being a problem. So you see the barracks is now down. And Shelty, on the other hand, he's not going for that anyways. He's already dropped himself a longhouse. He's got the Great Hall. And he is off to the races here. Thank you for the 19 months, Moose. Mwah! Appreciate you, my friend. Meanwhile, we do have the Spy getting dropped down over here. Villagers to come through and start popping these walls up. Over onto this side, we've got these walls to come over here for Grand Monster as well. Just making sure there's no little weaknesses in his base. And Hall of Fame's on the way. Now, does Shelty know? He doesn't actually know what's happening, but I mean, he knows. He doesn't know, but he knows. You know, in the deep part of his psyche, he knows. As all of these animals coming over, Shelty does wander through, confirms, walks back. Okay, where to next? So, in my opinion here, Grand Monster has got what he wanted. It's not a fast second town center. It is just going to be army getting spammed. So now Grand Monster either needs to get to the heroic age for Citadel, or he needs to have the units out to defend himself. This food here is not good for him. We'll see if he's going to be able to hold on as the Wadget does get caught out of position here. The Pharaoh coming in. We've got a Priest as well. Lots and lots of damage to take out this Troll here. And can Grand Monster just sit here and take this fight is the big question. It's looking like he's getting a very, very healthy amount of kills here at the moment. As the Axeman to come through, the Spearman poking away nicely. It's looking like there's not really that many units remaining here as the Pharaoh does almost get sniped down and in fact does end up going down here. Grand Monster is now in a little bit of trouble without that Pharaoh because trolls are going to be coming. That's already one troll out. There's 17 favor in the bank, so another one's going to come through. And those villagers here for Grand Monster, they have to pull away. And all of the animals that he was converting early on here, they're dead out in the middle of nowhere, which means no food income here for Grand Monster. No significant food income here for Grand Monster here. He drops down another barracks. The slingers, they're not useful right now. If Shelty is really thinking here, you got to go, okay, I pushed him off food, which means Spearmen, they're going to be a little bit tricky to build. Axemen, you could probably get out a couple, but, you know, not the biggest amount of numbers there. Slingers? Yeah, there's going to be a lot of slingers to come. So what does he need? He needs raiding cavalry. A lot of raiding cavalry. And then Grand Monster's going to be in for a very, very tricky spot moving forward here. Now, we are seeing some more Wadgets to come through with the low amount of food as well. It means no second monument, third monument. I do think that's always very important to squeeze those out at some point in your two town center game plan. As the Wadget pops out and Shelty here, he comes through. He's ready to get this damage done. And there's an Ironry spawn on this side as well. Getting these villager kills is absolutely gigantic. The Ironry going to be able to get those units out of here as well, as it does end up falling. But Shelty, he's a little bit caught out on this spot. He's got to run back up top through this town center fire. The villagers over here, they aren't safe though. These are going to have to pull away. Good reaction there. The villagers up onto this food on the top. This is exactly what Grand Monster is going to be needing here as well. As more units now starting to come through. But he gets caught out on this spot, not reacting just yet. I mean, the Pharaoh is back in to deal with the Troll. He does come back quite quickly, to be honest, as that Troll will end up getting taken down before he gets any significant damage done. The villagers it might be worth just getting them to start shanking here because Shelty looks like he's overcommitted ever so slightly as the army charging forward. Those slingers will be able to deal with those strong axemen really, really nicely. The axemen in the back here starting to stream in to defend those Wadgets as they are continuing to get some decent damage done. But only a handful of axemen isn't going to be enough. One Wadget goes down, two Wadgets going down, but the rest of this army remains. The amount of spearmen here are probably not enough at the moment as Shelty is still managing to break through the army. Potentially a shifting sands to retreat these villagers would not go astray here, but he's coming in to shank down. The villager numbers will start to dwindle and Shelty is keeping this game very, very close. In fact, I think he's now found himself a significant advantage. And Grand Monster says, well, that is the game, as he does decide to tap out. I think this was well executed by Shelty. Grand Monster kind of overstaying his welcome over here one too many times. When you're playing a 2 town center versus 1 town center game, your aim is to just keep your villagers alive. That is literally the aim of the game. Keep your villagers alive, take good fights underneath town center fire where possible, and just hold on for dear life until you win the game. And Grand Monster could not quite find that one there. Shelty gets the dub. He's going to be going on to the next round. So congratulations to him. And we're going to continue along with another game. Ladies and gentlemen, in the bottom corner of the map, in the blue color, playing as Frere, his name is El Matador. His opponent today, I didn't really do much of an introduction of El Matador. He's kind of, like, his name kind of does the introduction for him. Because, you know, he's a bit of a badass. Like, one of the best team game players out there. Top 5 at all times on the ranked ladder. Dominating everyone all the time. I'm not sure exactly how far he's gotten yet in these tournaments, but he's always been in the top 16. So, yeah, he's one of the dudes. He's one of the dudes. However, he is up against a legend. A man who needs no introduction, but also deserves the most epic of introductions. He is the first to have ever hoodwinked, bamboozled, and doos-wonkled your main man Boit in a free-for-all. He demolished me, and he will forever be known as the GOAT because of that. His name is Mini Yeti, and he is on Kronos. What a time to be alive. We are on the map Ghost Lake. Wow, thank you so much for the gifted subs, Stater Futz. Appreciate you, my friend. In the left-hand corner of the map, we do have ourselves Gungnir Odin Spear. Over here, we do have ourselves Harmonious Necklace. This one's going to be extra gold. Gather Rate. Over on this one, we do have the Armor of Achilles. Going to be making the vulnerability to hack attacks going down by 5%. And there is one other relic over here. A Svaddle Furry's Sledge. Alright, so now let's talk about this matchup, because I haven't actually seen it. Kronos versus Frere. Are we seeing anything crazy? This doesn't look like a crazy build here for Mini Yeti. This looks very, very stock standard from the Mini Yeti school of Kronos. He is going for Prometheus. He is advancing at a fairly stock standard time here. This is going for the 19 population advance, which is going to be just having 8 citizens. So building out, what's that, 6 citizens total before you advance. And he's going to be ready to just send that temple over and start putting some pressure onto El Matador. Now, El Matador here, he is not even put his temple down just yet. So he doesn't even have his temple put down yet. There's going to be some damage coming for El Matador. Now, he doesn't have a free gold mine here, but he has gotten himself a healthy amount of gold income already in to get himself some Herser out. He will be pushed off this gold mine very, very quick smart. And I wouldn't be surprised here if Mini Yeti goes for like an early Caraballister hero or something and just pressures as immediate deconstruction onto that temple will be denying any Herser from coming through, as the dwarves immediately retreating back, as they are going to have to just jump either onto this snowy pine or elsewhere. If I'm Mini Yeti, I'm more than happy to just get idle time here. He's going after the tower, which is a good idea. Good little micro here from El Matador is he's going to try and defend this one. We've got up onto this side a military barracks to come through as the forward tower here. This goes down quick. Those Prometheans, they pack a punch. No, they pack 2 punches. 2 clay. No, it's just 1. They've only got wait. No, this one's got 2 punches. This one also has 2 punches. Yeah, they got 2 punches. They packed 2 punches. As the tower goes down, and now the gold mine. The gold mine is completely exposed. El Matador is going to have his work cut out for him. But Mini Yeti is giving him all the time in the world here. He needs to be poking this gold mine over and over and over again. Every little inch of idle time he can cause here is really big. As he charges in with the Murmillo, trying to take out that Drow. Get some big damage done here, as he does lose 1 Promethean, but he will get those Promethean offsprings behind it here. Kyroballister now coming out. I think the slightest of mistakes here from Mini Yeti. He really wants to have that Hero Kyroballister in here, but he's not going to be able to have it for some moment as the damage is going to start coming down. The question here is, does Mini Yeti see this gold mine? Yes, he does. The Oracle is going to be over there. This is big for Mini Yeti. El Matador is dropping down his Asgardian hill fort here, but I mean, to get this built up, the Kyroballister can just sit outside of the range there as the Gullen Bursty comes down and the units retreat back. This is what Mini Yeti wanted. After all this said and done, he pulls back. He keeps his Kyroballister alive. The game goes on. Maybe military barracks might get taken out here, but El Matador gets his gold mine back. He gets his Asgardian hill fort up. He's going to have access to the Huskal. But this gold mine is still not safe. 2 Hero Kyroballister. I'd love to see him just using it or just getting these units out. 2 Hero Kyroballister to come forward. Attack move on your way in. Get some front line. And you're good to go. That's some Berserks are now going to be entering into the battlefield, searching for oracles to kill. This is always really important. And the Oracle spots the Berserks coming through, not reacting just yet, but El Matador going to be maybe just barely missing that one in terms of the line of sight there as he charges forward, trying to get in onto those citizens into the main base. We'll get a tiny bit of damage done as the army going to come forward. And now this is what a tower rush should look like, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. Right in onto this spot. He is taking a lot of damage, however, from the Asgardian hill fort as up onto this top position here. The citizens, I mean, they can just turn around and fight with the tower here. And he's going to be fine. It's now, well, 1 watchtower versus 1 22 range Asgardian hill fort. What is the range on this? Can I see? I would love to see. Am I not able to see? Maybe it's like this, right? I might be clicking the wrong button or something, but not sure. But you can definitely hit this gold mine and another tower to come through here. It's not expensive, to be honest. Doing this costs 2 towers. Getting 2 towers up here costs 1 tower.
Yeah.
But El Matador, he's coming up to this gold mine, but he hasn't secured it yet. He's got the Berserk sitting over here, but he hasn't quite seen just yet. The wall's coming up. The army going to be leaving. I like this idea because it means he can leave here, but he will be in need of potentially another tower or maybe some more buildings here to secure that that watchtower there. These units will come over here. The wall's coming up for El Matador to just hold on here as the citizen wandering forward. Still no Hero of Valors to come in just yet. As the walls are in, look at those Kyroballister. They do kind of feel a little bit underwhelming sometimes, but I don't think that's going to be in this situation here. As the wall is going to get broken down, this one citizen is just here to get these walls up and say, please, this gold mine is not for you in this game. You must return back home and you must deal with it. Now, another little trick here that potentially Mini Yeti can go for as his army charges forward. A little bit of a mistake there on that one. But a little trick you can do is drop down some buildings or something like that to help keep those Carabalas alive, but they're so close to the fight here that the villagers will be able to break through. Yeti trying his best to get units back in here to hold on to this spot. Doesn't have that Valor back up just yet, but he is picking units off here. More coming through onto the back as El Matador, I mean, he takes some hefty losses here, but he gets a lot of kills in as a Valor onto the Carabalas, getting him back up to full HP, still picking villagers off, still taking units out here. And those Carabalas are just so absurdly strong at the moment. And all of those villagers falling. I think that El Matador might just be dead here. He can't get the gold over here because there's a tower. He's going to have to send villagers forward to shank this down. There's a Promethean already over here to defend. If Yeti notices that. The villagers over here getting sent back. It's 42 civilian unit count to 20. 42 to 20. Now the tower will get shanked down. Which will open this gold mine back up. But guess what? Yeti can just send that citizen back in, wall this off, pull his units around, return back onto this spot, and El Matador, I don't know what he can do. He has found himself in an incredibly tough position in this game. The Carabalista will end up getting taken down. One advantage of the Huskal is that while it does get countered by the Carabalista on paper, the Huskal also counters the Carabalista on paper. As Yeti, he's actually hanging out on this spot before pulling back over here. He is losing quite a lot of things on this location. Will be allowing El Matador some advantages back into this game. Now, Yeti having 1,500 wood in the bank, not helping things here. He's got to sort that out. He can take those villagers off of wood and just chuck them onto goats for the time being or something like that. Putting some more military buildings down wouldn't go astray. That's the Promethean offspring coming forward. Carabalas is just coming out everywhere, and El Matador doesn't want to see any more of it. He taps out. I mean, I told you he was a legend. Yeti the legend right here. That was some textbook Chronos play. You have to ask the question here. With a gold mine in this position, with a tower like this, it was like sitting on here. Is there any world where you're allowed to go for a... What advanced time did he go for? A 430 classical age? That might not seem like it's that late, but when you're playing against Chronos and you're playing against the aggressive gods, it is. Maybe you have to go for the 4 minute here and just get those eco upgrades a little bit later. Yeti showing the way. Really solid Chronos play. I think that was the first game of the series, so I guess we'll move on to game number 2. El Matador still alive here. His hopes and dreams of qualifying for this tournament still fighting, and we'll see if he can pull it back in the next one. Alrighty, game number 2 right now. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as a Noir. His name is El Matadore. And in the left-hand corner of the map, off the back of a very, very solid game of Chronos, he's going to be taking the Thor. And he is going to be showing the way here. We're on the map Bamboo Grove. Everyone's favorite map to be. Some people's not quite so favorite map to be because they just don't like anything different. You know who I'm talking about. Change is good, ladies and gentlemen. Progress. I don't know. Anyways, El Matador. This is going to be interesting because I know that El Matador, behind the scenes, he wasn't playing a whole lot of ranked, but behind the scenes, he was training his China. I know, I got a little hot tip from a certain Gerbot the Great. But El Matador has been training this Noir in private, And he's going to have his own ideas. He hasn't, I would doubt he's been stealing what everyone else is doing. And we'll see what he can come up with. But that being said, he does have to deal with a Thor here and Mini Yeti. And of all of the gods that I played with when China was before this recent patch, of all the gods I played with, the two gods that I thought, you know, probably have the best bet versus China. Actually, there was 4 gods, but the 2 gods that had the best bet versus China were Thor, Freyr, and the other 2 were Gaia and Kronos. Don't ask me why not Uranus. Probably Uranus as well. But yeah, those gods were the ones that I was thinking were quite good. And I don't think that anything like changed. I think that, you know, Thor is still going to have a great chances here against this god Noir. So I'm excited to see if El Matador has got something cooking for us here with this very, very fun new god. The one thing that I'm a little bit excited to see is some Zhennu shenanigans. Some Zhennu shenanigans. We saw never mind. I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to explore the excitement of a god that has just got so much trickery. You know me. I'm a fan of the trickery. The more crazy shenanigans you can pull, the better. But we're not going to be seeing it in this one. So yeah, no vanishing. Zhennu is the god that has the god power vanish. But Haltu is going to be the god of choice here for El Matador. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Forseti. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised to see Freya, but the more logical pick is going to be Forseti. The reason why Freya makes some sense is Forest Fire onto like a position like this to completely open up the backside of this position and start raiding through. Thank you for the gifted sub, KMC Bane. Appreciate you, my friend. Okay, so no surprises. How to versus Forseti. I mean, you know, this is the big one. No one's going for any. No one's cooking. Realistically, no one's really cooking at this stage. They've all got their strats. They've already practiced, and they're going to be trying to just utilize, trying to execute those strategies as the Earth Wall does end up getting dropped down. This is the first time I'm going to really take a good look at this thing. Let's just zoom in. How many Deuterinos do you reckon could fit here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I reckon you probably fit 6 Deuterinos there. 6 Deuterinos does mean you can take that down very, very quickly. Thank you for the subscription. Jay Halen Bipal, appreciate you, my friend. So yes, with those walls getting opened up a little bit, this will allow some early game aggression, some real good early game aggression. Now, the one thing to be afraid of is always going to be this Cheongchi here. This thing, for the Norse players playing at home, my advice is have a Hersir in your base, tracking this around. When the Cheongchi drops, turn your villagers, shank, get your Hersir involved as well, and just retreat the villager away that's getting attacked. Very micro intensive, yes. Best way to deal with it, also, yes. As we do have a couple of long houses to come down. And this is going to be... Wait, is this already bronze weapons? I'm getting a little excited here. I'm getting a little excited. Okay, let me explain a little bit more because someone in the chat didn't really understand. So, in surrounding a Cheongchi and shanking and running the villager away that gets attacked, then the Cheongchi is going to start attacking something else and taking a lot of damage. So you're going to maybe take 2 hits and get away from it. The Cheongchi will automatically target a different unit, so it can't chase based on the way that the Age of Mythology mechanics work. So you're not going to lose any villages if you control it correctly. If you do not control it correctly, you will lose some villages. That's the point. Okay. Enough Twitch chat debate, because we've got a second town center coming up. Mini Yeti's already got himself bronze weapons. I thought this was going to be a complete all-in. As he's going to be coming back in. So far, Mini Yeti has defended all this perfectly fine. There is already a second town center up for El Matador. And the house just getting chopped down on the town centers, making sure he gets that one understood. And yeah, Mini Yeti with the second town center. I think this is quite far behind El Matador. I wasn't really paying attention. I think this was a very quick, fast second town center at the moment as the wall's coming up over here. And El Matador going to be dropping himself the armory on that location there. And it does look like it's going to be somewhat of a two town center fast strike. Now, the question is, behind this, what are you going to do? What is your goal? Now, I've already kind of talked about this in today's tournament, but I do think that, you know, the Chinese units, the units that you really want to go for, similar to like Egyptians really want to go for like Chariot Archer, Camel Rider, Elephant. You know, Norse players really want to get out those Huskal. You know, Greek players really want to get out those unique units, or at least they should. You know, Fanatics, Destroyers, Contarius, Arcus for the Atlanteans. The Chinese players, they want to get out their Heroic Age human units as well. They want to get out Chuko Nu. They want to get out the White Cavalry as well. So he's just going to rush straight for it. And he is making some military camps, which is a little bit surprising, because if you're already gone there, maybe you want to make sure you can get some Dao Swordsmen out, but surprising to see that when you can just go for the other angle. But nonetheless, we will be seeing Rusho to come through. On the other side, we have Mini Yeti. He is going through Baragi. Well, almost going through Baragi. He's about to go through Baragi. He's a bit behind, but he's going to get there. Pioneer going to be wandering around. We've got 7 of those bad boys to come in here and see what they need to do. The Xiongqi here just going to be continuing to just wander around. Still hasn't found any value. Mini Yeti has played really well to just say, well, there's nothing for you to attack. If you want to drop down here, we can sort of brawl a little bit, but there's the Fey Beasts to come through as the villagers just going to turn around and shank. To some degree, you just have to kind of accept that this damage is going to come through all of those villagers falling. There was a healing spring over here. Healing back up. Now the Xiongqi is, after a little bit of harassment, one Berserk goes down, but he will be able to heal back up on this healing spring as a huge amount of pioneers in. Dao Swordsman to come through. Wait, he is getting the trade upgrade. What? He's getting Order of Abundance. He might go for a fast trade route here. This thing isn't bad. This thing is probably pretty good. You get 20% food and wood, but you get gold. So if you get 100 gold on a trip, you get 20 food and 20 wood as well. That's not nothing. That's something. Wait. I got people in the Twitch chat saying that wasn't value. He literally just killed off like 8 dwarves. That's huge. For a heroic. That's huge. What are you guys talking about? He killed off like 7 or 8 villages, and he almost killed off a huge amount of berserks that needed a healing spring, another gold power to defend it against it. Okay, everyone's being sarcastic. Okay, I'm getting baited by Twitch chat. I'm not reading Twitch chat anymore. Just that was a great usage of Fey Beast. Okay, so Xiongqi back in. As the Berserks to come through, we got the flaming weapons getting dropped down by Mini Yeti now. He says, I got to get damage done. Getting the El Matador army caught out at the moment. Throwing axe and getting some good damage done. Will we see any sort of a ghost building here? You can drop like a wall down a long wall. It's always nice. As the army going to be coming back in here, hiding behind that earth wall for a little bit before retreating back. And now we see Dwarven breastplate, heavy infantry, no flaming weapons left on the table. But damage done. Villager leads to very much in favor of El Matador. Mythic got to do something to help himself out here. But the question is, can this army of El Matador work here? I mean, he's getting all the really powerful Dao Swordsman upgrades. This one here, Divine Judgment, giving divine damage onto those Dao Swordsmen. It's basically, think about this upgrade as Phobos' Spear of Panic from Ares. That's basically what it does. And it gives a little bit of bonus damage against myth units as well. So it's a little bit of extra help there. So not really much need for a huge amount of heroes to deal with small amounts of myth units. But it's still really, really good. But at the moment, Mythic got a really powerful army himself. As he's got those throwing axemen. His armory upgrades are also really, really good as well here. As the upgrade comes through for El Matador, that divine damage should carry him through. But without having any answer for those throwing axemen in the back here, they should get some good value here. As Mythic does say, all right, I'm going to retreat back. I got some good damage done. Pulling back and making sure don't lose too many units here. Finding underneath that healing spring is going to be a big, big help. El Matador loses a ton of units on that engagement there as he has to pull back. Now he's going to get those very, very important Shuko Nu out. He's also making some Wuzu Javelineer here as well, as the Pioneers trying to snipe down those Throwing Axemen. They don't have any bonus against them, but they do pierce damage, which the Throwing Axemen don't have a whole bunch of armor in that pierce category. And now retreating back into the main base here. Mythic, he is in a great position here. An absolutely great spot. Charging in here, trying to take down the earth wall. Farms coming up on the back walls to boot here. Couple of portable rams going to be coming through as well. Portable, like this is something I was kind of working out as I was playing against the earth wall before, but you know, this building or this god power is great in the early stages of the game, but as soon as siege comes through, those extra ones, they don't really matter. Like if you can get a siege weapon onto these walls, they'll go down really, really quickly, but you do have to be careful. You can't just walk them in by themselves. That's a hill fort. Up. We're going to be starting to take this one out here. Just the throwing action, getting huge amount of damage. You still got to be careful. The Wuzu Javelineer going to be able to snipe units down. Great control by El Matador as Mythic trying to break through here. One of those walls does end up falling. Two of them. One of them? Two of them? Not sure. That's another earth wall going down there as well. As the throwing axemen breaking through villages, getting cleaned up there as well. There's another one falling, and this earth wall is not going to be long for this world, as the army of El Matador just looking like it's not going to be enough to hold this onslaught. The portable rams coming through to clean up the watchtowers and everything else here as well. Seeing more Dao Swordsmen, Shuko Nu coming through, but just from the one machine workshop. A couple more machine workshops to come up on to the back here. Mythic may be overstaying his welcome ever so slightly. He can retreat back, drop another town center or two. He's caught up on villages and he's surpassed the villager count there as well. Unfortunately, we do have a cheeky little pause in this game as Berserk's onto the back, sniping villagers down here. I'm not sure. It looks like the game is going to be continuing along here. Up onto the top, throwing axemen, cleaning up these top units as well. Mythic is literally everywhere here. So we see a creation go power kind of desperately getting dropped down at this point to try and get some more economy going. There's a couple more of these buildings, military camps going down, all the other good stuff up onto the top. El Matador not even watching here. And in that moment, El Matador taps out. Mini Yeti, the legend, is here to write another tale. Another tale to be told on this day. Mini Yeti playing out of his mind thus far. He goes on to the next round. I think he goes on to the next round. Unless it's a best of 5. I'm pretty sure it's a best of 3. It might be a best of 5. Can someone let me know? Not sure. Mini Yeti showing everyone the business. We'll go on to the next game. If it is best of 5, it's best of 3. There you go. So it's over for him. So we'll go on to a new series. What a time to be alive. Another game, another you, another me. We are getting through these games so absurdly quick. In the top side of the map, in the blue color, playing as Hades. His name is Super FM. His opponent in the red color, the most handsome man in all of Netherlands. He is Bauerem Zoekt, the madman, the Gaia expert from old. But in this day, he's going to be going in with Kronos. I didn't really give a huge introduction to Super FM because you should already know this guy has been doing very, very well in Age Mythology tournaments for a very, very long time. I expect him to do well here, but I also expect him to have a pretty challenging game here, series here against Zoekt, because this ain't going to be easy. This is not going to be easy. In the games that I've played against Zoekt and the games that I've played against Afim, I'm telling you, these guys are really close on level. They are very, very close. Thank you for the 3 months, F Dart. Appreciate you, man. Always nice to chat shenanigans in the old Discords. But we shall see. The goats swinging around onto this side here. Thank you for the gifted sub, KMC Bane. Oh, you should do this as well. All right. We've got the head of Orpheus on this position. We've got that 8 building line of sight. Over on this side, we have Dar's Scepter with the cheaper farms there. Onto this side, we do have Hestia's Hearth with the villager train time being reduced. And onto the bottom side here, we've got Head of Orpheus. Adds 8 line of sight there. That's the Super FM villager coming through. Angry as the day he was born. He's like, why did you bring me into this world? All you gave me was a hammer, an axe, and a shank. And then you said I couldn't even use my lumberjack axe to kill this oracle. I got to shank him down. And he is out of there. So first blood drawn. And then he says, I've had enough for today. We're going to have a little rest before we go back to work. And he's off. He's had enough. Going to head down to the bottom of the map and drop a dock most likely. But an interesting start here is we've already got Zoekt. He goes to the middle of the map, drops that dock, and he's going to be grabbing a lot of Super FM's fish here. He sends that fishing ship forward and he's like, hello there. I would like these fishing spots. Oh, he doesn't take it. He's nice. He is a vengeful Kronos, but a fair Kronos. I will take 3 fishing spots, but I'll leave you with 6. Okay. Moving on, dock down to the bottom side of the map. Now, I already said this in one of the previous games. It's actually the second time I'm going to be seeing Kronos on this map, which I'm loving personally. But Kronos can drop a dock here. And he can already be over here if he wants to. So there are some well, there are going to be, I am 100% certain of it, there are going to be some really efficient Anatolia boom fishing builds. Now, at the moment here, this is already pretty booming. It's going to be 12 fishing ships with a pretty quick advance time here from Zoekt. The question is, where does he send his temple? Does he go for the main base? Does he go for a dock? He's going to have himself deconstruction. So if he can just sit up here and just wait it out until the villager comes over to try and drop another dock, he can just take this position for himself here. But it does look like Zoekt decides, I'm going to send my citizen over here to drop the dock. His oracle did get killed, but nonetheless, he's going to just do that stock standard. And we'll see how things go. As Athena up onto this side. We've got the Ajax popping out over here as well. This village is going to be dropping food off into the town center, doing all the good stuff.
Prostagma.
Prostagma. And obviously Athena here and Volta very, very stock standard stuff from a Fim to kick this game off, as the Prometheans, they're now ready to take this dock down. But like I said, he doesn't just click deconstruct. It's like you kill off the fishing ship food production. The Prometheans stick over here. You send some Deuterinos onto this spot and you're good to go. But we've already got Siege Bareems coming in and everything else. Obviously, I've got Omniscience, so I'm cheating. Maybe he doesn't even need to. I mean, the Promethean are just cleaning this dock up really quickly. Onto the bottom side of the map, we've got the Siege Bareems going after this position. Going to be looking for some other things to kill off. A couple of ships will come out for a Fim, as Zookt has set the tone very, very early here, as the Ajax going to come over and will kill off those Prometheans very, very quickly as he retreats away. And the deconstruction does get dropped down here. There is also a cheeky little Oracle. He could heroize that one if he so chooses. Try and take out the Minotaur or something like that, as all the fishing ships will go down. Superfim going to be attempting to get his own dock back up over here, sending 3 villagers onto that spot there. Might be overkill, but also maybe not, as he decides to pull back. Going to jump over onto this granary here. This game has started off very, very messy. And onto the bottom side, at the moment, getting pushed off all this fish as well. Zook's got to be happy about this. But he does have to be thinking, how do I maintain this advantage and build on this advantage? Answer is generally going to be, get to the heroic age. As the fishing ships will go down. Achilles, Ajax, Minotaur hanging out on this spot. Just going to be waiting. All the fishing ships going down is huge because it basically pays those Bareem off. They're never going to come back in. So we do have a couple of Pentacontas coming through as Superfim trying to micro to his heart's content. He's trying to get this done. He does manage to snipe down the Siege Bareem, which will put a little bit of a stunt in the pressure that Zookt is able to put onto this bottom water. And we see a town center coming up for Zookt. Now, I think this is probably fine, but this is not your stock standard play. Stock standard play is, if I get to the heroic age behind, win one side of the water while holding my side, get to the heroic age, get per scene, then you're able to go into a bit of pressure into the middle of the map. But yeah, this is going to be really, really good here for Zookt anyways. I think he's found himself a hefty advantage. So we'll see if he can actually manage to convert it. Whereas Superfim here, he's going to be going heroic age. He'll have access to the Skylar for free and maybe an extra couple to try and push forward. He is yet to drop his armory. It's coming down now, or finish his armory, I should say, as it's coming in now, and he will be able to advance. And I imagine he's going to be picking Aphrodite. He's going to want to have access to golden apples, as well as have access to that upgrade, Argonauts, which gives him access to the Argo, which can deal with all manner of myth unit. But we did just see an upgrade coming through. I haven't seen this upgrade happen very often. It was recently buffed, but I don't think anyone really cared. Zook paid attention. Zook paid attention and he says, I know what you're doing. I'm not playing your game. We're not playing what you think is the right way to play. I'm going to beat what you think. He's going for this technology right here. Heroic Fleet is in, which means 3x bonus versus myth units. Zook charging across the map, trying to clean these ships up here. There is a dock getting snuck up here by Superfim, but I mean, maybe it doesn't matter with Zook having those upgrades already in. Is that like not seen at all? Wow, just outside of the line of sight. That's brutal. As all the boats getting cleaned up over here. Behind this, some Terma coming through, military barracks to come in, as well as the units congregating into the center of the map, ready to start moving forward. The Katoskopos galloping in here as well. It's the Ajax Achilles slowly starting to wander forward, and there are those Scarlets who want up onto this top side as another dock to come through. The question is 3 Bareem with this upgrade enough? I think it actually might be, especially if he micros. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case or not, as another Scarlet are actually going to come in, as they're going to immediately turn around, start getting that damage done. No micro here just yet from Zookt. And look at the damage. He's actually getting a hefty amount of damage done. There's about to be 2 heads. It's about to get very, very challenging on the spot. There's another Skylar going to be coming through. As this one, great micro over onto this side. As the curse gets dropped down onto all those human units there. And Afim looks to have dealt with the majority of what Afim was throwing his way. Scarlet coming through. We do have those Siege Bareems going to be attempting to trade a little bit. The Scarlet of Super FM over here will end up falling eventually, but he gets so much value here. When you think about it, what is this, 400 resources? That should basically kill off. If you kill off one Scarlet for like 3-ish trireme, that's you trading equally, I guess. As a fishing ship needs to pull back into the dock, they're going to be making a race for it as a couple of units to come forward, looking to attempt to deny Town Center shenanigans there. There's the fire ship. Coming through, more fire ships to come through as the Skylar coming. You've got to immediately start targeting that down. You can't let it get too much damage done here. As Valor comes through onto one of those Terma, just to get damage on the way back here. Super Fim can turn around and headbutt this as he runs away if he wants to, but he's probably going to be fine to just pull back. We see a fortress getting dropped down. As some sort of an attempt at a Mythic Age here is going to be what Super Fim wants to go for. He doesn't have a single military building up. There is deconstruction available if Zookt wants to put pressure in, but with the Sentinels here and all this defensive stuff, it's going to be a little bit challenging there. As Zookt has got a crazy villager advantage at the moment. He is pumping out a lot of Bareem to try and hold on to the water, but there's going to be Artemis coming. That's Earthquake. Huge amount of damage to come through, plus the Chimera, which is going to be a tough thing to deal with. And there's a lot of food in the bank to pump those Chimera out. Now, Afim has forgotten himself Golden Apples. This is probably the most forgotten upgrade in the Hades and Poseidon Aphrodite arsenal. It's so good. If you think Zeus's gather rate is good, well, so too is Golden Apple's gather rate, because it's exactly the same. As we see alluvial clay. Wow. Did these just get... They must have just got popped out. There's 8 oracles on the map at the moment. He's got to spread them out. These two are going to be kind of just being annoying to each other, but a lot of oracles there. As the boat's getting cleaned up, we've got the Bareem to come in here and try and deal with that Skylar. Plenty of Bareem there to deal with it. But there's also going to be a Karkanos to come through as well, right? As you hit the Mythic Age. But the third Town Center, the Achilles, is going to be looking for that Earthquake. Any upgrades? Nope. So there's going to be a lot of damage here. Town Centers will fall. Manas will fall. No attempt at any sort of time shifting away all of his buildings to kind of get them into different spots so he doesn't lose everything. As the Achilles, well, I might have sent this a little bit too early. Nope. I mean, it's in. There it goes. There's the Earthquake. Big damage to come through as the villager's going to attempt to repair this one back. Can they? I don't think they can. They need stronger arms to repair against an Earthquake. But he will be able to rebuild it straight away and potentially go to the next age here if he wants to. As he does push up, cleans up this situation here. More Skylar coming out onto this spot here. but Zook just got full control. I'm actually a little surprised we didn't see Rhea here. Just on the fact that, well, you know, your opponent has just gone fast Mythic, which means he's kind of struggling for stuff. And tradering away those big Chimera could be really, really big. Whereas Chaos, I don't know if you're going to get as much value out of Chaos, to be honest, at this stage, especially with Restoration as well in the back pocket. Oh, as the Skylar pop out and Zook not paying attention, he's just invested so many resources into this. He's been caught out in such a big way. Oh no. Oh dear, that's got a sting. That hurts so much. Oh no. Okay, all right. Barracks gonna get dropped all around this place. Villagers to drop over here onto the town center. Is everyone gonna just pull back ever so slightly? Arcus gonna be coming through. Satyr doing all the good stuff. More Satyr to start coming in. The hoplites going down, and where to next for Zoot? Now, the gold, gone. Superfim has no gold left. If Zoot could get Mythic Age here, for this push out, this impending push out, Superfim would be in a lot of trouble. Villagers getting taken down in this spot here. Prometheans charging forward, trying to take out some Deuterinos over here. He does lose a couple of units as he's trying to retreat back. These Scarlet are just going to clean everything onto that side there. As Zook's going to attempt his shoot and scoot micro, but the Nemean line does kind of catch him out there. More units to start coming through. We do have the Heroic Renewal and a whole bunch of Hero Terma getting converted on the front line. Not exactly what you want to have happen there, as he's got to retreat back. He does have a Palace as a defensive anchor here in this game. There is still a Restoration, however. As Super FM charges forward, gets that big Fire Breath onto the Citizens there, as he's going to be retreating back. Hero Terma cleaning up those myth units, as the Perseus is also in. Huge amount of damage actually coming through from him. He actually hits like a truck if he's not getting cleaned up. He is very, very powerful when he's in the melee. Restoration to come through, but not that many units left. I mean, it's actually kind of full population, but he's spread out on the water in a big way. Zook going to be dropping some watchtowers to try and hold on. The Petropolis over here going to be helping out as well. As can this army of Zooked be enough to hold on? Those Peltast, I mean, they're kind of good. With the Turmarin, he can actually, with good micro, he can actually push in and snipe those quite nicely here. Now those Hero Arcus are in and start trying to take out everything else as the Perseus comes in and just sort of two hits a Satyr here. But it's looking like Zook's position is falling very, very quickly in this game. Just desperately trying to pump more buildings up. He is so far in front on the villagers because he lost all of that fish. Look at this fish here for Super FM. He's just got so much economy coming in, and his Mythic Age. I wouldn't be surprised. No, he doesn't have it. Doesn't have Salt Amphora, so Zook just getting away with a little bit here. As the villagers moving up, we do have some cheeky raids coming in. Every little bit of damage counts here. Those Prometheans are hurting. As we've also got Contarius to come in onto that position. Zook is so good at that. Is that another curse? That's a second curse? Not the first time I've ever seen a second curse. There you go. Perseus does end up getting taken out here as more buildings to come up onto this spot. The villagers have to get pulled back there. Great play from Zook to keep himself going in this game, because look at the gold. Superbeam's got a hefty army in, but there's no way it keeps on trading well if he can't keep replenishing what he loses. The Super Fim needs a gold mine, as he's going to send villagers forward to grab this middle one. That's some good control here from Zook. Going to be sending those Qualifiers to the back line here. But does he have enough? As the hoplites do get pulled back, which will allow those archers to get some good value here. Heavy Qualifiers ending up coming in onto that spot there. A couple of those Peltas to come in, just get tiny bits of damage, but he does pull over here, snipes this bad boy on that side. The question is really one of, can Zook just get enough dudes out? That's what he needs. He needs to find the production here somehow. How are the economic upgrades looking? Pretty good for both players, I'd say. Yeah, very, very good over here for Superfim, almost fully upgraded. Zook just missing the Mythic Age upgrades, and he can't get them. And so it looks like Zook does manage to kind of crack through the Greek power at the moment. Charging to take out some villagers onto the back line. The villager differential is still absolutely gigantic in this game. Hoplites going down. The Peltas are not really with us anymore. So those archers have got free reign onto the Hoplites. Villagers desperately trying to get back in onto this gold mine and hold it. There's the Satyr turning around, trying to snipe down Shades of Hades and everything else. Those Satyr are so big now. Now there's a Chiron, however, so he will get some good damage done. Look at the damage. You've got to be so careful against that unit. And we do see Zook's going to pull that one back, but too little, too late, as an Ajax going to be joining in. Population is so low for both players, but look at the production queue differential here, as the reinforcements are just going to be coming in over and over and over and over and over again. And at some point here, the small amounts of units are just not going to be enough. What else can Afim do here in this game? He pulls everything back. He can jump onto wood. He can jump onto this position. He's got the villagers on the favor. He could make some Chimera here. But that seems like about it. He's trying. How much is the trade going for? You can sell for a little bit here, just a little bit, but that's kind of it. I mean, he can sell food, right? He can't even sell food. It's kind of all gone. You could try and start a trade route. We've got military backs coming up from the top here for Zook. There's towers coming up all over this place. Zook says, I ain't building no palace. I'm going towers. Towers all over. Who needs Mythic Age? Mythic Age is overrated. I'm staying Heroic Age. I'm going to make dudes. I'm going to make buildings with my dudes. And I'm going to go and kill ya. That's what he's going for. Yeah, never mind. He queued up. He's pre-queued. Now he pre-queued up. Okay. We see a pre-queue of Atlas here. It's coming through. Okay. Nice. There's a Peltast. They're back. Another restoration in for Afim. This is where all of his income has gone. That's about it. There's no favor in the bank at the moment, though, for Zook to return the favor with a Chaos. It looks like Afim managing to do okay with this army, but look at the control there from Zook. Pulls the Qualifiers around perfectly. Gets in onto those Peltas. Unupgraded, mind you. Only medium. No heavy upgrades there. And able to take them down very, very quickly as the Arcus is going to clean up the Hoplites. Afim has managed to sneak his way back onto this gold mine yet again, but Zook is going to put a stop to that. And in that moment, Zook claims game 1 in this best of 3. I'm going to keep on saying 3 until someone tells me it's 5. Best of 3 series. That was a statement piece from Zook, if I've ever heard one. He says, I can tango with the best of him. I can do it my way. And I'm going to be, I'm going to make it happen. He just does it his way. I said this earlier. Nobody does this. Nobody goes, I've won my water. Let me get a second town center, build some dudes, get a third town center, fight water really hard. He just took the rule book and he said, nah, that's shit. I'm going for this other thing. Oh, what a game. All right. Well, we're going to move on to game number 2 here. Hopefully it's already started. We'll jump into it. Alrighty. We're into game number 2 now. Game number 2 in the left-hand corner of the map in the blue color playing as Thor. His name is Super FM. And we have now Zooked flexing with his Odin. The map, Ghost Lake. Ghost Lake is the map. In the top of the map, we do have ourselves Dar's Scepter. Over here, we've also got Kate's Torch. And on the bottom of the map, Blanket of Empress So. And in the corner of the map, Pelt of Argus. These are some very strange relic spawns, I'm not going to lie. Some very, very strange relic spawns. Alrighty. So this is an interesting matchup because I actually think that I think this is Odin favored. I'm sorry, but I do. I think this is an Odin favored matchup on this map. Do you want to know why? And maybe Zook knows why. He kind of knows why, but not really. Not enough. He doesn't quite know why hard enough. So the reason this map is so good for Odin is a very, very specific rush. Oh, no, he does know. He does know. We might be seeing it. And that specific rush punishes this build really, really nicely. And that's getting out a second Valkyrie straight away. How do you do that, you ask? Well, you've got to use Great Hunt on your Aurochs. You get 2 or 3 favor per Auroch. So at the moment, we're at 5. You kill off 1, you kill off 2, you kill off 3, you kill off 4. You're going to be at least 10. Over here, you've got 6. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you've got 16. And then you just shank down a goat or 2 to get yourself up to 18 to immediately produce that second Valkyrie with a 4-minute advance. Or on this map, why it's so good is you can skip this ox cart and go for a 3:45 advance. Forward temple, be in your opponent's base, harassing villagers. You don't care about town center fire because when the Herso come out, you're just going to run back, heal up your dudes. You're going to get the value and you're going to be in an amazing position. But we'll see if that's what Zook's is going to be. I just said some very, 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 very meta strategies that I don't know if they're quite in the vernacular just yet of Age Mythology players. They might be. I don't know. Anyways, we'll see how things go. There's a temple going to come up over here. And it is actually looking like quite a late advance from Zook. So he's not going for any sort of crazy fast Valkyrie harass shenanigans. I'm upset. You're upset. And everyone else is as well. One day. One day.
Creative out.
There's Freya on the way now for Super FM, and we also see Freya for Zook. So no surprises, but some really late advance times here. He's got himself Pickaxe, which, if you do the quick math on Pickaxe, with 5 dwarves, the quick math is 17.5 villagers versus 20. That's the quick math. As the Berserk's going to come up here, drop some walls, do all the good stuff. Couple weapons to come through over here as well. Is the Berserk going to come over and just drop this wall down. And Super FM looking ready to start producing some things. There's that Great Hall. I've got a Longhouse and a Great Hall here for Zook. 2 Great Halls actually for Zook. So he's just going to be pumping out units. I'm upset because I would have loved to see some shenanigans here, but maybe later in the tournament. Maybe later in the tournament we'll see some shenanigans. The Valkyries are just going to chase each other around a little bit. This is sort of like the quote unquote weakness of going just one Valkyrie, is that your opponent can just shut your one Valkyrie down with their one Valkyrie. Wait, shit, look at that. I don't understand. I don't understand how that caught up. Like, I get that it's kind of turning around and maybe the pathing or the hitbox, I don't know. Thanks, Edelrid. I appreciate you, my friend. We're gonna keep casting until we drop dead. That's what we're gonna do. Alrighty. Meanwhile, we've got the Hersa, we've got the Raiding Cavalry, we've got all of this power, but nothing to do just yet. And I guess this is maybe the thing which is important to keep in the back of your mind when you're playing as Odin against Norse. Your advantage is all in the early game because your big advantage is hunt. You get extra hunt to come through, so you've got to be looking for early game attacks, getting pressure in. Superfim is playing this really nicely, just putting walls up all over his base and just playing very, very defensively. So Raiding Cavalry is just crossing axes, so to speak, before retreating away. The other thing that's important as the Odin player is to never take a fight, an actual fight, until you've got equal upgrades. So you've got to get yourself copper weapons, copper mail, medium cav, and probably Thundering Hooves. Now, Thundering Hooves can make up for copper mail if your opponent doesn't have it yet. But you still have to get the copper weapons, and you still have to get the medium rating cavalry. As both these players kind of just diving into each other. Superfim not paying attention on the early stages of that fight will be a big advantage for Zook, but he does decide very, very smartly to just pull back. And now he's got double Valkyries. He can start healing these units back up. So taking some tiny trades there is never a terrible idea if he doesn't lose anything. But I imagine with Superfim, he might make the more disciplined decision here and just go for Thundering Hooves. Getting that second Valkyrie out, it matters, but what matters the most is Thundering Hooves, and then when you're fighting a lot with that speed, then you can just pump out the Valkyrie over and over and over again. Zook moving down. He has managed his economy a little bit off here. He's got the resources for a town center, but generally speaking, in the middle of a Norse mirror, dropping a town center down is a big no-no. As the raiding cavalry coming up here, they will see the wooden wall. The villages are sort of hidden on the top berry bushes here. Does this store player, Afim, know about it? Answer, no. He sees this and he says, I don't want to run in there. No, thank you. So raiding cavalry coming in, getting some nice little trades over onto this spot as the Ursa just pulling away. Doesn't have to take any serious fights because he's got his raiding cavalry coming in, and they do have Thundering Hooves, and this is what I was talking about. This is that discipline. Now, Zoot can't move until he has it. He does have the... I don't think he has the favor for it. I think he needs 20 favor. So he literally can't move in this game until he has that technology. He's got to sit in his base and just kind of hide. Or turn and fight. So the house ends up going down over here. Over onto this side. The raiding cavalry is just going to be poking around. There is an entrance here. He's going to be going for the wooden wall, the wooden house. The wooden house? Yes, this is a wooden house. The house is going to go for that one instead. Is the raiding cavalry going to come through? And yet again, these guys just get caught out as the raiding cavalry of Super FM with that thundering hooves comes in, cleans up 3 of them, and he's going to be going for Bragi here as Skadi has been clicked up. So there could be a little misplay coming here if Super FM feels like he's got a flaming weapons sort of attack or a good attack, and that Skadi is coming in just at the right time. As a marker getting dropped down, could sell some wood for the gold. But at this point, Super FM has found himself a sizable advantage here. Let me take a look at these upgrades. He does have himself copper mail, no copper weapons just yet. Just about to be able to advance here as Skadi is now on the way. As the raiding cavalry here yet again. I mean, he's not caught out anymore because he's got the speed, but he will get snared up and lose 1 on the retreat at the very least here. There's the Bragi. He's got to wait. Oh, this is going to be brutal. I'm pretty sure Super FM won't care. He's just going to go straight for the jugular. He's going to kill off everything here. There's around about, 30, 45 seconds. A long time here for Zook to have to wait. Heavy raiding cavalry come through. There's so many resources in the bank as well. I mean, the villager differential is equal at the moment, but I mean, it's going to be slightly less equal once the age up comes in. And there's that flaming weapons. This is the bait that Zook needs or wanted, but he's just been that slight bit too late on it, as he has to turn around and take a little bit of a fight. There, the Skadi comes as the frost will get dropped down. Forest fire onto the top position. However, a huge amount of villagers going to be going down on this top location here. Lots going over there. Lots of units, though, have been frozen. Oh my god, it's 43 to 22 villagers, and Zook says, I'm out. Well, that was a fiery finish to that game. Couldn't put out that fire with that frost. Okay, I'll stop. Well played there by Super FM. I think Zook didn't really have the plan that he needed in this one. Like I said, early in the game, every single Odin I've seen have success against Norse is forward temple, pressure from the get-go, and try and convert. But nonetheless, we'll go on to the next game here and hopefully catch it. All right, game number 3. In the right-hand corner, we do have Super FM. In the left-hand corner, in the red color, it's Zookt. And he's going to be going with Fushi. We got some Fushi China action here. This one's going to be exciting. Super FM with that Norse. This is kind of rare to see him. I'm surprised to see him not going with any Egyptian. I don't know if Zook banned him out at all. There's still a lot of Egyptian power, I think, that Super FM has behind his fingertips, but he might be hiding that for a little bit later in the tournament. We'll see how it all goes. As I mean, this is the new one, because here's the thing, right? What happened to the Pioneer in this recent patch? Basically, just the whole game plan of Fushi was, I'm making Pioneers. Divine damage heroes? Yes, please. I can kill off what? I can kill off this. I can kill off that. I can kill off this. I can kill off myth units. I can kill off human units. I can kill off heroes. It was just like, yes, I just build Pioneers and get a frontline as well, and you're good to go. But now the Pioneer is slower. It's doing less damage. I don't think you can really go mass Pioneers anymore. Maybe you can. Maybe you can go into a hefty amount, but even so, the upgrade is really expensive. So I'm excited to see what Zooked is going to come up with. The other thing is that fire archers were buffed, so there is sort of a world where you can go pioneer fire archer mix, and that can be kind of nice as well, especially because it helps to take down buildings. Now, to the other side here, Super FM. I'm going to do a little flipperoonie at the moment. Super FM, not really doing anything crazy to start this game off. No extra pickaxe, no hand axe. Oh, yes! Zooked! He is a man after my heart. He heard my pleas for some Gen Nu, and he goes, I gotcha. I got you with the Gen Nu. This god's tricky. This god is very, very tricky. You get Vanish, for one. You get the Chillin', which is going to be like kind of like a mini healer for your army. And you get this other tech, which I'm still not sure where it fits into the strategy. You get Divine Books, which allows you to get insanely cheap training yards. So the idea would be to drop down a military camp, get that Divine Books, and then just use training yards. Get an extra training yard, build an extra building, get a training yard, build an extra building, get a training yard. And you can save yourself a ton of resources throughout the game to just pump out units. It's also really good for like a sneaky building somewhere forward or something to like get some harassment out or something like that. But yeah, there is some interesting stuff there. And then finally, the other technology that is interesting is going to be reincarnation, which basically is just like every 5 units you lose, you're going to get an extra unit. And it's, yeah, an extra little bit of resources on the back. As we see a second town center coming through for Zook nice and quickly. He's got the Qualifiers and a peasant just coming in saying, I'm going to observe what it looks like to see 2 giants bashing away at a town center. And, okay, I'm getting watched. Better get to work. Got to look busy. As this villager is kind of getting beaten in the head. Anyways, just chilling, coming through, looking for little bits of damage. The cool thing about this unit is he's got his fire breath. If you get enough of these out, you can one-hit villages. I don't want to start anything. It is a lot. The actual damage that this thing does, I think you need like 5, maybe 6. At 17 favor, if you're just gonna skip out on Qualifier, it can be pretty scary. But you don't want to be losing it. Getting snared up, taking a lot of damage here from Super FM. But it looks like he will be able to get back into his main base here after all. And maybe heal himself back up. Maybe actually not. Lots of damage coming through though. But the thing is, with the second town center up, I mean, this is just economy. Is this what you need here against Norse? I guess we're going to have to wait and see. And Pioneer gets targeted down. Great micro in onto that to keep that one alive as these units slowly pull themselves back up to full HP. It does only reheal at like, I think it's 0.5 HP or something a second. So it's pretty slow. Maybe 0.25 HP a second. Super FM sees the town center and he's going to have to decide what to do next. At the moment, it's probably not too late to drop a town center. It's also not too late to commit into a full 1 town center all-in type idea. And we are going to now start seeing Zook going, time to get us some Qualifier. He's actually going for the repeating dudes. Going to repeat them up. As the temple does get spotted. Picking this off is actually really big. Not only are you going to drop those relics out of here, but also the favored land gets cut in a big way, and that extra favor that you're getting there, not that good. Anyways. Super Fim just going to have to retreat back for the time being. See a couple more long houses to come through. And the question is really going to be, where to next? What's the plan? Some Dow Swordsmen to come in. You definitely want to be considering... I mean, he's got so much favor, so he can just get himself out that... what's it called? This thing. No, not this thing. This thing. Imperial Academy. You can get out that Imperial Academy and just go in for those upgrades for the heroes right now. Great snipe there onto a peasant as the raiding cavalry trying to keep things nice and close. There's all these units to come through, pushing these guys back. The big weakness of the Chinese army is while the Dao Swordsman is super effective, 130 HP, 8 damage per attack at a DPS of 6.7, with some decent armor as well, the weakness is the speed. And Super Fim knows this. He is going for raids, and he is not going to be stopping. The villagers all retreat back into the town center, getting sent back onto this gold mine. We have seen that the Peach Blossom Spring does start getting grabbed here as well, and he's grabbing gold out of it to boot. It's probably worth it to actually use the Qualifier to get this one. Just because he gets it faster. But anyways, the temple is back to being a point of contention here. There is what the watchtowers is through, so you'll get a little bit of damage as the army comes in to just say, get out of here. The wall's almost finished on this top side. A couple of I still don't know how to say this. I'm just gonna call them halberdier. A couple of halberdier to come through. It could be Gi or it could be Ge. Someone tell me. I don't know. And now we see reincarnation. So it's pretty expensive. 250 resources, 20 favor, but every 5 units you get out. It's one back. And they aren't like the crazy cheap, like 30 food, 55 gold. That's not that cheap. So you lose 15 units, you basically paid it off. The armory coming up, ready to get some armory upgrades. Now, the Super Fim at this point, he is as all in as he can possibly be. And guess what Zookt has? This got Bow. This is pretty interesting. Because basically, in the middle of the fight, Super Fim can click Flaming Weapons, and then Zookt can just click Run Away, vanish everything, including all the villagers, and then just sort of leave the area. No problems. You're all good. You're good to go. There's the Silo to come up for Zookt. He can't really be here, though. That's the problem. And he's going to get caught out, losing a lot of idle time and all the other good stuff there. There's the army of Super Fim closing in. We'll be diving through that watchtower to try and get everyone alive as the archers turning around. Some halberdiers are in. There's the flaming weapons as the army diving in to the town center. That vanish is still in as basically Zookt is going to just have to micro to the best of his ability. There he goes. Drops the vanish. The villagers are untargetable for this point as he does pop back out of the vanish. He gets off of the raiding cavalry. He pops out after the vanish here. He's going after those throwing axemen here, not waiting out to have flaming weapons at all. As more halberdier are queued up, he's diving through towers, trying to clean everything up. We've got a battle board to come in. The military differential is pretty close here as more units coming. You also have to remember that units are coming out of that temple with reincarnation. Huge rock giant to come through, but Super Fim's attack has been thwarted. Super Fim has not got the damage from that attack. 67 villages to 38. Military differential equal. Town center alive. No second town center for Super Fim. And now to the next stage of the game. Oh, why is there a relic here? That's a good relic. That's a really good relic. Look at his bow. Superfim just handed that to him. Please notice this. To the gods that be, to the Zooks that be, we are telling you there's a really good relic for you. If you would like to have 18 range medium fire archers, you could have those. You could probably also have 15 range pioneers. All the walls are up, and Zookt is now in a fantastic... I don't even know what... I mean, at this point, anything can go wrong. If you get caught out by a Norse army, it can go wrong. So you still have to play very, very correctly to move forward. And we do have a Chillin to come in and help out as the Qualifier going to be attempting to repair this one back up. He's not going to be able to do so as the army breaks through. But it is split up here as the fire archers will be getting some good damage done onto those spots there. Drone Axeman getting cleaned up as well. As the control here from Zookt is impeccable. Look at those Dal swordsmen just sitting there waiting for the army to come through. Diving through that tower just so crisply. You have no idea how hard that actually is to do. Everyone makes mistakes on it and the units just kind of get caught out and you have to redo those actions. But incredible control from Zookt as the army continues to motor forward. As now Zookt going to be diving in to the town center, popping back out, cleaning units up with those fire archers beautifully on the back there. And the pioneers charging forward yet again. And the army here of Superfim is lackluster to say the very least, but it's exactly the same size as Zook's at the moment. I think Zook's got a couple of units just chilling in towers he's got to pull out, but that's why it's not quite looking as terrifying. There's another chillin to come through. And down to the bottom side. There's a gold mine down here. He doesn't have to be on this top gold mine. I mean, he has been. He doesn't have to. Now the raiding cavalry to come through to try and take out these walls and all the other good stuff over here. There's a couple more farms coming up around the back. And now, where to next, though? Like, Zook... I love these chillin'. They are just literally just chilling here. But he's got to get to the heroic age, right? Like, if he just keeps on letting the Superfim army sort of train up to max pop and then push out, then like he's got to find something to do here. Those are heavy raiding cavalry now. And there really isn't any answer for them. The halberdier are getting queued up as the chillin turn around, try to get that damage done. Fire Archer Micro at its peak here as they dive through the town center yet again, but Super of him is back and raring for more. He's popping back out onto the front here, sniping out those units on the back. The peasants here might just need to get involved and start firing, but we see another flaming weapons here for Super of him as Zookt has found himself in a seemingly ridiculous position now. He was doing all of the good things, then he pushes out of his base, gets caught out, didn't have all of his army out. Some towers to come through in an attempt to save this spot. Is that going to be enough as the villagers retreating away? There is still the gold mine over here. He does have himself all of those training yards, so his units are training very, very quickly, but the villager count is going to be going down incredibly quickly as well, and Super FM is just massing unit after unit after unit in this game. Village. I mean, what else can he do? There's Valkyrie spawns. He's got 87 pop. He's down to. He's lost his villager lead. He's lost his villagers. He's lost his town center. And now his gold mine on the bottom is going to go down as well. There's 6 fire archers to come through. I think that Super FM has managed to pull this game out. He's done a Houdini in this one. He has no business being in this game, let alone winning this game, given how well Zook was playing earlier. But one mistake, one fairly gigantic mistake from Zook, and that's all she wrote. He's still trying to get units out. He's still getting stuff out from the reincarnation. We'll see if we can pull it back from the brink. The population of Super FM has fallen. A hefty margin here. And I mean, at this point, he's got no food income. Like, maybe he could sneak out and get, like, grab this hippopotamus or something rather than the farms. I don't know. I mean, he's trying to... This is obviously the final game that he's going to play today, so he wants to give it his all. No sense in just throwing in the towel at this point, but all the houses are going to be going down. Losing the temple means losing all these relics and the reincarnation as well. Oh, a Nejar! Nejar is coming in! This hero is... He's kind of strong in the classical age, but not when you're playing against heroic age units. And Super FM still hasn't put a town center down. He is just... I'm just going to continue to throw my units at my opponent and see what happens. Tai Chi to come through to try and make this this bad boy a little bit more bad in the best kind of way. As, to be honest, Super FM is losing a lot of units here. Like, these sort of picks, they're quite a lot. But Super FM, I think he's going for the Mythic Age. He doesn't have a hill fort. He hasn't even started a hill fort, though. He's got the resources for it. I mean, these games can go any which way if you go this route. A hill fort to come up on the front. There are a handful of halberdier here. Just poke forward, but he can't really push out of his base. And here's the big problem. Nidhogg, all of those fire archers will meet their demise very, very quickly to an angry Nidhogg. But Zook just hit full pop, and those fire archers, they can kill off that hill fort fast. They can put some pressure back on. I guess the problem is there's just 4 halberdier. That's it. 4 halberdier. As Zook pokes forward, trying to snipe down the Hersa. They're not quite going to be able to. And a town center now comes through for Super FM. Great Hawk coming up as well. But this is just a waiting game for the big power. Super FM's so far in front now. A big waiting game for the big power spike of this Nidhogg to come through. Now there will be some very powerful pioneers to take this down very quickly. But can you take down a Nidhogg and this terrifying 190 population Norse army with potentially champion cavalry and champion infantry behind it? New bars coming through, which will boost up the Nejar. But this doesn't give all too much at this point. I think maybe going... Wait, does he have forest protection? I'm going into the texture. I can't remember. He does. I think forest protection might be the the better call at this point, because it means that you're going to snare up the enemy units as they charge in to try and kill you off, and you can run back and be okay. But Town Center coming up for Zook here with all of the Qualifiers. He's got so many Qualifiers. Look at this guy go. But maybe there's something here with this new bar. Maybe there is something here with this new bar. There's the Mythic Age. Now the army of Afim rides forward. Zook doesn't have favor for another vanish. He's trying to get himself out. Celestial weapons. He's got himself the boosted Nejar now. There is a Tautier. This thing is really powerful if you can get enough of them out. But Champion, because he one-hits units, right? There he goes. Eats up an entire Jarl as the Nidhogg flies through. The Pioneer, he's got to run away, right? The Pioneer's getting the damage. The damage is coming through. The Nidhogg is already down. A quarter HP down to half HP as the Pioneer trying to clean this one up. Has great control from Zook. He absolutely annihilates that Nidhogg with that control there. The more units piling through, I don't think it's going to be enough. There's so many throwing axemen, and the upgrade disadvantage is just too big. The population as well. And Zook retreats through the town center, sniping down that Iron Hurry here. More units to come through. There's even a Ballista joining in. Zook's fighting valiantly with a tiny force of units, but there looks like there is nothing realistically left for him to fight for. He's out of gold, or he's got a gold mine at the top, but he's basically out of gold. He's got a decent amount of food in the bank, but it's not going to be enough, and Super FM goes on to claim the victory, moving on to, I believe, the deciders as to who goes through to the main event. One more series win for Afim awaits him, but he's not going to have an easy road there. What a game here. I think Zook had this one. Like, he was impatient. When your opponent is one town center all-inning you over and over and over and over and over again, what do? Let him do it. The more he charges into you and kills himself, the further you get in front. And that was the way forward for Zook. He thought he was in front, but realistically, without any front line for those fire archers, he had no business leaving his base. And Super FM had the raiding cavalry. He had the numbers, and he just punished. I think if the halberdier were there, the Dow swordsman were there, the population was equal in military, I think that Super FM's army would have fell flat in that moment. But it just wasn't. And Super FM found the path to victory there. Anyways, we'll move on to another series. Hope you guys are enjoying hanging out with me, and we'll get you into the next game shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's that time of the day. It's qualifiers number 1. It's decider time. It's been a hell of a day thus far. There's been a lot of upsets, a lot of close calls, but 2 players that have managed to make it through to this stage. Some might say unsurprisingly so. Others might say, well, they got lucky. It's up to them to write the history books here in this one as to who is going to come out on top. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Kronos. His name is Eric BR. We like to call him Eric Scrimstrats BR. There's a lot of fun that goes behind this. The Twitch chatters, they know. They know. But he's mellowed out a lot. And I'm excited to see some of those strats in this game right now. But he is going up against his Scrim partner, Super FM the Great. Super FM the Wise. Super FM the barely getting through. He was really put through his paces in the previous game and the previous series. He almost was not here, but now he is, and we will be able to see him on his pride and joy, Isis. This is a god that Super FM has played for years. I remember when I first came to learn of this very, very talented, high level Age of Mythology player, ISIS main. I remember story time. Was it 2017? 2018? 2018, I think. Maybe the end of 2017. I quit League of Legends cold turkey and replaced it with Age of Mythology. and he was playing, and I was like, well, let's play some games. We ended up playing in a tournament, and he was insanely powerful. He's just, the macro was there, the micro was there, the strategy was there, and I was like, oh, this guy's real good. Gonna have to get some level back, and I don't think I ever managed to beat him in a tournament. So he is very, very good, and I'm excited to see him go. Now, Eric, on the other hand, it's his time. It is his time. He's been threatening to qualify for one of these S-tier tournaments for the past 3 big ones. And it's his time. He's gonna make it happen in this one. I believe in him. I believe in him. And we'll see if he can make it work. But Kronos, he looks like he's going for a fast... Ooh, actually, I don't know what he's going for. I was going to say a fast second town center, but it looks like he's going for something a little bit different, because normally you take these 2 villages and put them onto wood and gold as well. You put 4 villages on wood, 4 villages on gold. But that's not going to be happening. So it looks like it's more of a 1 town center orientated game. Oh, never mind. There's a mana coming up. So it's just something a little bit... I'm trying to work it out. He's not sending the temple forward, so no early pressure. There's no granary up, so he just has a little bit of extra food in his back pocket, maybe to convert some Oracle heroes if he needs to, or something like that. Nonetheless, Super FM. I'm genuinely surprised at this stuff. Like, when I see people playing against Kronos and they just go, I'm just going to go for a 4:30 advance time. I don't care. I just do it. It's fine. And then that one game that they do it, and then you see the other guy just go, nah, I don't want to go and kill him. I don't want to set the temple forward and go and kill him for that moment. I'm gonna just sit back and just enjoy my life. As we see, 2 mana's already up. There is a Valor already through. The villagers are going to come over. They're going to drop this town center, and it's going to be a fairly fast second town center. Double manas does mean that this goes up very, very quickly. And we'll see where to beyond this. As Super FM, I mean, he's going to be so cool with just, oh, you want to go 2 town center? I go 2 town center. Everyone is just going to enjoy this early game. This is, in terms of early games for an Egyptian player against Atlantean, this is what you want. The only thing is, though, why this town center? Yes, there's nice Aurochs behind this. But there's no gold mines. I love this town center. And a wall here and a wall here means I love these deer. And I love those Aurochs anyway. So I don't need this town center. So I'm a bit confused on that one. But nonetheless, I think this is a great opening here for Super FM. So he's going to have a fantastic time. The only problem that he's going to run into, and this is why I'm worried about it, is just this gold mine on the second. There's a second gold mine. So if he gets past that, no problems, then he's going to be in a fantastic spot. So Eric's going to have to figure out something to do there. Now, Eric is also grabbing himself a very, very quick Theft of Fire upgrade, and he is going to be dropping those Valors on cooldown here. On cooldown. Now, for those of you playing at home, how do you get to that dropping the Valor on cooldown? Well, one, you could just see that it's available and click it. But the more like clean way to have this is the timings in the back of your mind are every 30 seconds. So you're going to be keeping an eye on that clock rather than keeping an eye on your God Power bar, wherever it is. Keeping an eye on the clock and just going douche, douche, douche. Every 30 seconds that goes by, you're ready to drop another one. But we are going to be seeing just a handful of Terma coming out. I'm a little surprised on this. Generally, Generally, if you want to go for some Terma against ISIS early on, you go for it first. You build like 2 counter barracks and you go and try and put the early pressure on, and then you drop your town center after, getting a little bit of value. Or go for a whole bunch of Terma early and not go for a second town center and just try and get all that value in. But in this situation, Eric is just grabbing these ones and he's going to be able to... He's looking for some light pressure, but I don't think there really is any. He can sneak around here and try and hit those villages. I'm pretty sure Superfin sees the entirety of this position, so there's not going to be any real thing he can do there, as a market is up and Superfin is just going to go straight to the heroic age. And the other thing is, with these walls up over on this position as well, I give it the 59 months Quixionic Pragmatic. Appreciate you, my friend. That's so many months. Anyways, with all these walls up, I think this gold mine over here is nice and safe. As we do see a cheeky wall to come up over here just to slow these guys down. It's going to take a little bit of damage. The Pharaoh is in here to sling those balls of fury, and Afim has defended, and Eric will not be able to get much done here. And now we see the chemo walls special. I mean, there's a story about this. Maybe most of you guys know it, maybe you don't. But the reason this is called the chemo wall is because there was a time where Chemo was the only one doing it. And he would just go ahead and just, every single game, he would literally just slam down 3, 4 layers of walls, and you just wouldn't be able to really do anything to stop it. And I don't know really why. I don't think he ever really stopped doing it. It's just he popularized it. So there's the thing. As all the villagers just going to pop back into the town center. Scorpion men to come through. Any other cool things like chemo walls? Yeah, there's the Matrius Market. That's good. The Scardy Storehouse. That's the BR storehouse there. And it could be the Scardy Storehouse. BR Storehouse. There's some good stuff. Is there anything else I'm missing? Anyways. Super of him now, very, very safe. Getting himself out those Migdols. He's getting himself out the Chariot Archers and the Camel Rider. In terms of the best possible game that Super of him wants from ISIS, this is it. Like, he's gotten everything that he wanted. He had his perfect advance time, his town center, he's got his gold mine. The problem is that he's so far away from the Chronos with his army that he's gonna have to go so slowly to get anywhere. As we do see the prosperity, and it looks to me like there's gonna be some sort of a fast heroic or mythic behind this. As Eric's gonna move forward, dropping a palace on this position as well. Managed to come down on the back. And Atlas actually pre-queued here as well for Eric. But Thoth going to be coming in first and foremost. But, you know, this is kind of part and parcel of what this map brings. Especially when it spawns like this. It's just the very, very defensive map. If you want to get aggressive here, which to be honest, I think the Cronus has got the more than got the capabilities of actually getting aggressive here. You just got to go Rhea. You go Rhea here, you break through this, you break through this, you go on this, and then all of a sudden Ancestors Eclipse has to be cast, and you've got all the heroes, and I think there's probably a timing attack here in this specific case to deal with this fast mythic. But if you don't see it coming, or you pick the wrong minor god, like I mean I don't know if it's the wrong minor god, but you don't go for that then you're going to have to go for a Mythic Age sort of attack. But both players still just going to be 2 town centers. The question is, which town center did he go to the Mythic Age? The home one. It's a little bit risky. He has got that fortified town centers pre-queue, but he's not close to it. And the reason this is risky is you have to imagine Superfim is going to send his Phoenix forward and look to meteor this town center here. That's the heavy cavalry going to come through. We see Spearman, Elephant, all the good stuff on the way here. And the other thing is that recently these Camel Riders, they got buffed and they absolutely demolished Terma. Camel Riders are... If you're a Terma fiend, yeah, the Camel Riders are a big problem. Whoop. Meteor getting dropped down. What's all the racket about? Does manage to take out the palace, but not really a whole lot of damage. The villagers here for Eric kind of idled up, as well as the Ancestor Eclipse going to be coming through. A little bits of damage to come in to try and deal with this. As the Implode does get dropped down, and this is going to be a beautiful defense of this push through. And after all is said and done, it seems like both players have basically cancelled out any sort of advantage that they might have had from the Mythic Age, and the game continues. And so those Ancestors Eclipse up onto this spot, trying to take out the Citizen over here. As the Citizens come through, we'll see if Eric can win this fight. There aren't any heroes over here. I like this little combo. Chaos plus the Acid Puddle. Kills off everything there. And Superfim trying to break in to get this town center. He can sneak in and grab the town center on the left-hand corner here. As the Pharaoh and the Priest will clean up one of those Argus. There's still another one remaining, and it's about to have another little bit of a vomit to push through. As Superfim is kind of desperately in need of some more anti-cavalry units here. I'm not sure where the rest of his units are, to be honest. He's got a lot of gold in the bank. But he needs to get out of there. His Pharaoh down means no Valley of the Kings here. So he's not got the extra bonus income or the bonus spammage of units either. As that Argus comes in, look at the damage coming in as that goes away. Boom! Oof! Oof! But he does manage to hold, and Eric needs to pull back. Both players still on 2 town centers. This is advantage ISIS all the way. Cronus gets the advantage when they've got a town center advantage on ISIS. Reason is because, well, you know, ISIS has got the bonus population from the town centers. Plus, if you're on 2 town centers versus 2 town centers, you know, there's just less that you can do. Less room to spend, use that population. As a Migdol Stronghold going to come up into the middle of the map. There is still going to be a deconstruction, so he can drop that down. But Eric is just throwing units into the meat grinder here, it seems, as he needs to figure out somewhat of a different unit composition to break through here. There's the walls to come up over onto this side. Eric just can't can't utilize these Contarius very well because these choke points are so small, and it's almost like he needs to go into something more archer heavy, like getting Destroyer Arcus out or something like that. Makes a lot of sense at the moment. But the Contarius here, I don't think they're going to be that helpful. As the priests, they're in, they've got that Nepti technology, so they're getting bonus damage done. I think I saw that one coming through. Did I misread it? Yeah, he's got it. And Eric is just going to slowly but surely start losing here. Townsend are going to go over here. Up onto this side, we've got the Phoenix and the Camel Rider breaking through, looking for villager kills. There are a couple of Hero Arcus in position to defend, so this is not going to be a problem. But sooner or later, Fim can just come over here and just grab that town center. And yeah, seeing a Monument to the Priest to come through to sort of secure this area of God powers, defending against Chaos. Chaos is on the way. Only 2 Oracles out for Eric at the moment. Book of Thoth on the way. We got that Champion Spearman as well. And to be honest, this has just been kind of textbook ISIS. It's not much more to say. Like, he's grabbing up this on this position as well. Those Contarius are going to come through and cause some problems here, but when he sees those units out of position, he's just going to say, all right, go for that. I am ready to push forward and kill this one. As the mana gets taken down, the catapult can now push forward, but these Contarius, they're through, and they're going to be looking for some big kills here, picking off some villages and everything else. As the Chaos does come through, he did step outside of that monument protection. Pick off the Satyrs and everything else. Those Contarius might need to get back in here to just clean some stuff up as the catapult going down. No attempt here from Superfim to try and rush forward and slam down a bunch of Migdol strongholds and everything else. Now the Contarius coming in onto the back to catch these guys out. This is a great little maneuver from Eric, but this is still a pretty good choke point for Super FM, to be honest. The Spearman poking away. We've got some mercenary infantry and cavalry to come and support on this spot. And Super FM, he's only got himself a handful of barracks. Well, he's got 9, but he's building quite a few, I think. Oh, no, he just doesn't have them training. He's trying to get a whole bunch of Spearmen out, but... We'll see if he can manage to make it work. It's definitely very tricky to utilize Spearmen against Champion Contarius and Arcus. The best unit here to use is going to be that Camel Rider, but given the state of the Migdol strongholds and the lack of upgrades, you might not want to commit into them just yet. Maybe Elephants here as well wouldn't go astray, as a Townsend on this top side attempting to come up, but a couple of Spearmen to come through and defend. It's going to be more than enough, it looks like, as those citizens will get cleaned up. Could move forward and try and just build some walls here and prevent that from coming up at any point. Look at that control there from Eric. All of those Spearmen just running into the meat grinder, just getting cleaned. Superfim needs to find a different way through. He doesn't have to push through this way. Over here is much more open, and securing this town center is just absolutely huge. But then again, maybe he's scared of some fire siphons coming in onto this spot or something. I guess the like inclusion of mercenary cavalry into the army is kind of tipping the scales a little bit. There's a lot of villagers now coming forward. Are these mostly heroized? There's only two, but it's still going to shoot up very, very quickly here. Now, Super FM does manage to break through. Doesn't really have that trade route started, doesn't look like. Neither player does. A little bit surprising to see a... Is he empowering the... Does he have any? Super FM is empowering a market. Okay. I think that's got to be a little bit of a mistake. I thought I was like, okay, he's why is there a pharaoh here? That's just things happen in the heat of the battle. Things happen. As Super Fem trying to just grind in past onto this spot, but with this third town center up for Eric, the problem is always going to be he needs income to support his situation here. And it looks to me like Afim has actually found his push through yet again. But is there going to be another chaos? There isn't. And he attempted a villager to push forward and put a Migdol stronghold up to make things very, very difficult here for Eric. It looks like the answer is no. Not just yet. Spears to try and deal with this, and we do see a mining camp up. He doesn't really have the gold. He hasn't been making those things. And there's that ancestors, the second ancestors to come through. You thought there was just going to be chaos as all game, but no. The ancestors just a sneaky little advantage there to push back. Meanwhile, up onto this side, Spearmen, they spot some villagers. That's a great raid there. No real defenses. Lots more Spearmen to come in and cause some problems up here, and that's going to be no gold income for Eric. And in a very, very difficult position. Meanwhile, the actual big problem here for Super FM is he's actually potentially getting gold staffed himself. But Eric just doesn't have the military here to do anything. He's trying to pump the units out, but he's got no gold left in the bank. He's got no units left in the bank, and Super FM looks like he is going on to win game number 1 in this best of 5 decider as a solidly well played, well executed game plan by Afim. Eric just didn't really. I was looking for what he was going for, like making those early turmer out on this map. He kind of saw that there was a little bit of a raid opportunity over here, but even so, late to the party. I think that the only real option that he seriously had, if he was going to go for what he did, is get in there with Rhea, get those behemoths, bash through, and then go for it. That made the most sense to me. But he wanted the Hyperion, he wanted all that stuff, and maybe it works on a different type of Alfheim, but not on this one. We'll see if Eric can compose himself going into game number 2. And we'll see you on the next one. And we are back with game number 2 on this episode of Age of Mythology Retold. Will we be able to see Eric BR the Great bringing it back to equal, or Super FM? I can't really think of anything. I was going to say Super FM the Beautiful. That kind of didn't quite work. Super FM the... Adjective. I don't know. Give me something. Come on, guys. Super FM, the vanilla legend. And he is going to be going in with Thor. Fantastic. We got there. I'm trying to fix this little cheeky thing on the screen. And we have fixed it. Look at this go. We've got all the tools. Everyone's like asking questions like, what's up with the scoreboard? It's wrong. It's like, it's completely right. It was right the whole time. So we're into game number 2. This is a best of 5 now. We're going to be seeing a Norse mirror. This one is, I think this one's pretty exciting. You know, Thor versus Loki. Loki's got a lot of advantages. Thor's also got a lot of advantages himself, but realistically speaking, it's really just all about who plays the best at this point. As the Gazelle getting sent back. It's kind of interesting the way in which Superfim is doing this. The way I think there's two ways to do this. One, you can either say, all right, we're going to use the town center to shoot the deer or the gazelle and get us the faster advance time. Or two, every gazelle we send close to the town center, we're going to kill with a dwarf. And that way you're going to get the extra favor in, because you need to get to 10 favor now. So if you manually kill every one of these gazelle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, that's worth 4.5 favor. Then you kill all those chickens, then you get your 10 favor for the upgrade, and you have therefore outplayed the nerf of the Hammer of Thunder. The devs will get outplayed if you do that correctly. So, there you go. The more you know, the stronger you become, the better. Eric, on the other hand, he's just going to be sitting inside his main base. Drops a temple. Just going to be going for what looks to be a fairly standard advance time. I'm yet to see any of these top players start utilizing some of the more, how do I say, the more hip and happening build orders. Because we're cool like that, you know? These are... yeah, we're cool like that. I don't know. But yeah, there's some really cool ones with like fast husbandry or fast pickaxe that are starting to surface. I've seen some from the DoD clan. They've got a really cool little shout out to them. They've got some great build orders on their YouTube channel if you guys want to learn how to play. So you can do some really fun things there. But yeah, there's been some really fun ones coming out for Loki recently, I think.
Yo.
But it's going to be Forseti and it's going to be Freya. He's going to cancel. He's going to change it back. He's going to go for... Well, that's something different. A little cheeky Freya instead of Forseti. What a time to be alive. Oh my god. Let's go. Cool. I'm lost for words. Forseti is the standard, and Super FM says no. I'm gonna shake it up a little bit. I'm gonna throw in some Valkyries and throw in some other shenanigans. Now Super FM will have himself 3 armory upgrades with a 4. It's looking like close to a 5-minute advance. This is so late. I've got a crazy idea. I'm coming up with stuff on the spot. What if, hear me out on this, you go for like a 5 berserk opening. Fast advance, 5 berserk opening, and you just sort of run in here and you just slay villagers. Wait, they all just died at the town center? No. Maybe. You have to get a really fast advance as well. I'm not sure it's possible. We're going to bring it back. We're going to bring the strat back at some point. Alright. Some houses to come up for Eric BR over here. As he is simply just going to be trying to get some things going. There are a lot of goats here. 17 goats for Eric. On the other side, 4. This has always been the weakness, so to speak. This has always been the weakness of this Thor opening. So you just don't get to scout. 0 scouting. So Eric is going to be able to definitely catch up on the villager differential here in terms of not needing to build farms for ages, having so much more food, getting that extra income without needing to get plow or irrigation for ages. So really, really big there, as this Berserk does get caught out of position as a Superfim. Not too happy to see that one out there. He says, please remove thyself from my lands. And then Eric says, no, I will hang out. I will snipe your Valkyrie. Superfim going to be pulling back into his main base for the time being. Is going up to, wow, 3 Great Halls. That's such a huge commitment into the Great Halls. If you see this as Eric, does he see it? He saw 2. He didn't see this one. But if you see 3 Great Halls, I'm thinking Herdman. I'm thinking Berserk. I'm thinking Happy Days. The only thing that I'm scared of, realistically, with this many Great Halls, is like a whole bunch of Hersa to come through in order to counter my Herdman. So you do have to be careful checking the opponent's army and making sure you're getting the right amount of Berserks out to deal with those Hersa. But even behind this, we are seeing double Longhouses to come down as well as Superfim is just getting all of his infrastructure set up. And now he's going to be sneaking up onto this position and looking for a little something to attack as the village is just going to be retreating into the tower. And for the moment here, Eric just hanging out, playing slow. I think this makes sense. There's no reason to rush this because he's got all these goats, because he sees the back gold mine. I don't know if he knows. He does see the gold mine over... Wait, does he? Yes, he does see the gold mine on the back there. Super of him doesn't yet, but this is getting all walled up. So he's going to have to know that there's a back gold mine as well for Eric. So this is going to be a bit of a turtley Norse war, which, I mean, this isn't unknown. Like we saw very turtley Norse wars in shout out to AOL Iron Maiden and his Fimbulwinter tournament back in the day, and you know it was a thing. You just threw the walls down, you tried to avoid fights, and you would play for other stuff like Ragnaroks, or in Chrono JJ's case, a Fast Wonder. Great game, by the way. Great game. Chrono JJ Chemo, 2024, I believe. Anyways, 2024? Yeah, I think it was 2024. Anyways. Walls coming up. A couple more Deuterinos to come through.
Skipan.
As it looks like Eric here's going for a little bit of a sandwich here. Does manage to catch Super of him. A little bit of sleep at the wheel. Going to take a little bit of damage as he's going to be retreating away. He does... Does he? He does not yet have himself that Thundering Hooves tech. So he will be needing that one. If he wants to sort of dictate the pace in this game. But now the armies are starting to get into their compositions. And this is where things get a little bit odd. Everything that Superfim has done has to be leading up until this point. Making all these great halls. Forcing out Herdman. Means he's gone for the longhouses behind and he's going to be making himself throw an axeman. But Eric's also got his own throw an axeman. So he's kind of read this a little bit. And Eric is going to be trying to just poke some damage. Poke some holes into this spot. There's still chickens here. In the main base here for Super FM. Meanwhile, Eric is going to finish up on these chickens over here. The dwarves going to move over onto the gold mine. And at this point, yeah, I think Eric just needs to break through. I think his army is stronger. He's got the Herdman, which will absolutely erase those raiding cavalry. He's got the raiding cavalry as well to deal with the enemy throwing axemen. And he's got his own throwing axemen to kill off the enemy Hersa and throwing axemen himself. As the dwarves are going to get pulled back. And I think Super FM knows this. He doesn't want to take a fight either. How are the armory upgrades looking? Copper mail. And over here we've got all the upgrades in the world. He's got all those first ones. As the Dwarven Mine needs to get placed down. Kind of looks like... Well, Super FM has clicked up through Bragi. So he's got that advantage going for him here. And that's why he's going to pull back and just say, I'll just take the gold. As soon as I hit the heroic age, we're all good to push out. It's Eric trying to just split his army up to get a little bits of damage done. And I think Super Film's going to be kicking himself for not eating these chickens earlier in this game. The army charging through here. Superfim hits the heroic age, clicks the flaming weapons. He's going to be attempting to take this fight. There's no running here, but those Earthmen are just absolutely caning on the raiding cavalry, but then they turn up to start hitting the thrown axe and they stop being so effective as Eric's army looks like it is not going to be able to survive this situation here. Superfim gets himself the heavy cavalry, wins the fight decisively, and Eric is just, he's got nothing left. I mean, he's got some favor. He's building trolls. If he can get a good couple of troll specials, maybe he can pull himself back into the game. But, yeah, that was odd. I think he could have just run. Forest Fire to come down here as well. Or at the very least, sacrificed half of his army and run with the rest. That's super of him now. I mean, he sees the victory in his clutches. He's just going to charge. He's just going for it. The army is just so big and there's almost nothing that Eric can do. Charging around onto the back with those raiding cavalry, looking for the gold mine makes a lot of sense. On the front, however, a handful of units for Eric remaining. They will be getting taken down. The cave troll gets cleaned up as well. And Super Efim is off to a very, very quick 2-0 lead. A dominating performance thus far from Super Efim. It looks like he's just in a tier of his own in this series thus far. This was just like Eric was trying to find something to do, but there was just, he found himself caught against flaming weapons. He just had to run. Like we all know in the Norse war that a defensive flaming weapons, that's what you want. Flaming weapons gets clicked, disengage, take some losses, and then push back with an offensive flaming weapons a little bit later. But I think Eric thought that maybe his Herman would carry him. They are really, really good against those raiding cavalry, but I think they were actually fighting some thrown axemen for a good chunk of that fight, so they weren't getting all the value they probably should have. And any small mistake in the high damage fights, that's big amounts of lost DPS. Anyways, we'll move on to game number 3 shortly. Can Eric bring it back? It's going to be a tough one. See if he can do it, but Super Efim is playing really well at the moment. Alrighty, we are now in to game number 3. Eric's back up against the wall, has to figure out something to beat his scrim partner here in this game. He's going to be taking in the new god Fushi up against Super Efim's powerhouse Egyptian into this game. So Super Efim going to be going in with the set. He's on the map Steppe. Now this map, I think this map is actually quite good for set and potentially also Ra. The reason is there's always going to be this amazing town center. Without a doubt, it's always going to be one over here or over here. Doesn't matter which one you grab, but you have to go for that forward town center as set. Because it means you set up to go straight in to the jugular of your opponent. No wasted time. You're ready to kill them with your strong units, and you've got your defensive situation there to retreat back if you get caught in a little bit of trouble there as well. So really, really good. But we'll see if Super Efim's going to go for that or not. It's a little bit risky to move forward onto that town center, but realistically, I think that if you get out a couple of priests and wander forward and you just take it, I think it's fine as well. But nonetheless, we'll see how things are going to go as Eric is dropping his temple down. China's definitely had its little run-in with the old Nerf bat. I think everyone was very, very unhappy, so to speak, with the power imbalance between the China civilization and the rest. But now it seems like they've been brought in line, as we are going to be seeing Zhendu coming through. Zhendu. Oh, what a time to be alive. I love this one. There is totally a strategy here. One town center fast heroic. I can imagine this would be really, really painful for the set player. And 3DB showed me this. Well, and by showed me this, I mean I may or may not have watched this off. I saw 3DB doing it. Okay, he didn't show me it. I peeked, so I took a look. Fast heroic through Gen Nu, and then you make a Gen Nu and Nubar, and you make yourself a bunch of Tautier, and you just click vanish. You walk into the main base. They think they're nice and safe. You drop drought. They're gone. They're gone. Their base is gone. Their villages are dead. The Tautiers are eating up the villages as well, one-hitting them. So any sort of like naked fast second 2 town center fast heroic feels like it's probably going to have some difficulties there. As the temple now up for Superfim. This is a really late temple. Anubis is also coming through. This is not looking all too good for the early game for Superfim, because these pioneers are going to start getting some decent amount of damage. And we are also going to be seeing the Chillin to come over as well. As another Qualifier will come in. I'm genuinely interested in seeing some like wild Chillin spammage as well. I wouldn't be surprised if that's not terrible either. But potentially the idea here for Superfim is he needs the snakes to drop down to get a town center. We'll have to wait and see though. As he is actually getting priests out. You have the second monument up? There it is. Monument to the soldiers to come through. As Chillin wandering forward. And there's the classical age in. Oh, what? A new bite. A new bite. Taking some pain. Still going to be fine here. As the animals have set. They get a bit of a scorching. They are now cooked, ready to eat. As Eric's going to have to retreat back. But it looks like he's staying one town center for the time being. He's got himself his Imperial Academy out. He's got himself that Nejar through as well. Very, very cheap in the classical age. Not the strongest, but very, very cheap. As those Sky Lanterns going to pop out, get sent over, just seeing exactly what's happening here. As to me, I mean, it kind of looks like they're sure what Superfim is going for here. It kind of looks like he's just making a new bites and going to look for some raids. But this is really going to be making things difficult for himself because he's got no answer. And those pioneers just say, "Hello, darkness, my old friend." Well, Anubites are saying that as they get removed from the game. Superfim is in a real tough spot. He's just lost all the Anubites. Feet of the Jackal coming through. He's got no Anubites left. Eric is in full command in this game. Full command. There's a barracks coming up now as well. Pioneer still sniping, getting damage done. I just don't know. I don't even know what Afim's going for. He could have dropped Plague of Serpents here or something to buy him some more time. There's a lumber camp to come down. Looks like he wants to get some slingers out. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, Eric's already on 2 town centers. Going up to 2 town centers here. I wouldn't be surprised if Eric just goes heroic gauge to start going into those cavalry, the ballets, and making those cavalry units at this point. Now, Eric might spot the units moving up to the top side. He does glimpse a villager there. Whether or not he actually noticed them moving up to that top side or not, your guess is as good as mine, but he is not going up there, and those villagers will start working on this town center. He's walking down to the left one. This is the score read. This is the score read shenanigans. He knew there was a town center getting grabbed because Superfim dropped it and his score dropped. So he walks down to the bottom to check it, and it's not there. And then he realizes, oh, they're up the top, and he's going to be too late. So town center now up, and FM will move over here and try and grab this gold mine here. Is he going to fix that mining camp up? I hope he does. All right, my OCD, I can't look at that. My OCD will kill me. My OCD will kill me. All right. But a handful of slingers to come through. These can be pretty good against those pioneers. These pioneers sort of function the same as a Goaty or a Hersert in that they do get countered by their counter unit. So Peltas, Slinger, Raiding Cavalry, Hippias, etc. All are going to be able to kill off the pioneer really, really well. And now Super Fim here, aiming to get to that heroic age though. You got to be so careful with these priests, man. In the classical age, they've got 12 range. You can't really use them to snipe anything. Just leave them in. If your opponent misplays, then you can kill off a unit. Otherwise, you're not gonna get anything. Did Eric get the upgrade? Yes, he did. He got both the upgrades actually. And now we are going to be seeing Gao. No, it's Gomang. Gomang. I like this god. I think this one's like if you like playing defensive and you really want to just like sit back and just play a really defensive game, this is the god for you because you just like grab a position with a ballet, drop this god power down, and your opponent kind of can't move into that spot. It's like perfect defensive god power. Unless I'm misremembering which this god is. I don't think I am. You also got the Tao Wu, which are really fun. Just kind of roll around and knock units around. Okay, he's fixing the mining camp. I'm happy. But now the heroic age is now in for Eric. And the big question is, where to next? He's currently grabbing all of this Peach Blossom Spring, getting himself a ton of gold here. He still does have 491 gold left in his bank, as it looks like he's going to be attempting to rush the Mythic Age behind this. Now, a lot of why he's able to do this is just based on how much damage he got done in the early stages of the game. And it will be Gong Gong. The Great Flood is coming. Monument to the Priest getting dropped down. A couple of barracks here as well. From what I see, if you're playing Egyptian, the thing that makes the most sense is Chariot Archer Camel Rider. There's not really a good unit against Chariot Archer Camel Rider until the Mythic Age comes in with those Tiger Cavalry. But even then, you can mix in Spearmen at that point. So that's the unit composition that makes the most sense. Slingers, obviously, you want to build these as set, but you don't want to build them either. You want to build the Chariot Archers if you can. As some Giraffe getting converted over here into the main base. You don't see this all too often. You love to see it though. There's so much favor in the bank. Why not? This is some old school set play. Joey Bads, shout out. The never farm strat is back. Never farm, never fear. The Sky Lanterns getting sniped down. These Migdol strongholds now up. Don't we see any sort of Chariot Archers? Some sort of Mythic Age? Gong Gong is already on the way, so, I mean, spamming the units out can be a little bit scary. So long as you're staying close to your Migdol, you're going to be fine. Because you can just garrison into it, or at the very worst, you get swept into the Migdol and survive. But now we do have all those White Horse Cavalry to come through. And I mean, after all is said and done, the Village differential is pretty close here. So lots of damage was done, but this position now that Superfim is in, he's just not going to be happy about it at all. Does he have the building upgrades? I don't believe so. He does not. He will be getting himself Nepti, Serpent Spear. Trying to make himself these powerful units here. Looks like there's a couple of Wuzu Javelin here as well. As Tao Wu dives in there to slam into the talent center. Getting a little bit of damage onto this one. As Ancestors, Plague of Serpents, to get dropped down. Vanish coming through. I think he might have misdone that because those White Horse Archers are still very much alive. Drops the Great Flood down as the army trying to keep itself alive here. It's going to crash in to that Migdol stronghold, and the entirety of the army survives, but it is very, very battered in this game. And now the Qinglong will come through to help out at the moment here. He's going to drop that big special down as a lot of those units are falling here. Can Superfim work his Egyptian magic at this point? As the mercenary cavalry trying to come through, it looks like he has run out of units completely. As the Qinglong drops the big special down and Superfim decides the game is done. GG. I honestly think this game was decided from the get-go. Superfim advanced very, very late here against China, which I think just is gonna you're gonna get into a lot of troubles advancing late against China, because China is going 3:15, 3:30, sub 3 minute if they really want to. 3:45 at the very latest here. This is the latest you're going to be seeing a Chinese player hitting the classical age. So you really want to be getting that classical age in at like 4 minutes, in my opinion. And unfortunately, Superfim, he wanted the Anubites out. He wanted to get those raids in, but like he just got nothing for his early favor. And even later on, when he was making these giraffes of set, all that favor he was getting, it just wasn't going anywhere because he was playing up against a whole bunch of pioneers of Eric. And Eric was just like, myth units aren't going to be a thing here. We've got we've locked them down. We've got Nejar, we've got pioneers, we've got everything. No myth units, and Superfim just couldn't quite get a foothold in this game. Anyways, if you guys enjoyed this one, don't forget to hit the follow on Twitch for all those who are new here. And we're going to move on to the next game. This is still a best of 5, so Eric is one step closer to bringing this game back to a game 5. Let's see if we can do it. Let's jump into it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for game number 4. We had game number 1. We had game number 2. We had game number 3. Now it's game 4. You do the math. There's potentially going to be a game number 5. It's a best of 5. Eric showing some signs of life in game number 3. Bringing it back. Taking Superfim out. But 1 win with China, I can see that. 2 wins with China? Questions going to start arising. I have to do the predictions for the Gambas. Who won the last one? Eric. And we will go ahead and predict again. And then you guys can gamble away. I do not endorse gambling unless it's with Boits, in which case everyone needs to gamble. Okay, so we got Superfim, and he's going to be going with Freya. So Freya versus Shenong, 2 very late game centric gods. I wouldn't be surprised here if we basically don't see anything happen in this game for like 10, 12, 14 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised. We might. Like, Freya's got some really, really fun strats that he can do. Shenong has got some really, really fun strats that he can do. We can count the goats on the lake. That's fun. 1, 2. These aren't goats. These are wolves. You can't collect them. If you're ever in a game going, why aren't my goats turning onto my side? It's because they're wolves. As you can tell, it's been a long stream thus far, and I've lost my marbles. Not that I ever had marbles, but I've lost them. So yeah, let's talk about the fun strats we could potentially see. Lots of those Yatsu. We haven't seen many of those coming through just yet. It did get slightly nerfed, but I still think it's going to be a really powerful strategy to go for the Chinese. For Shenong in particular, depending on what you sort of go for. We will be seeing the how-to instead, though. This is still pretty exciting. It's still pretty strong. There's still some pretty nasty tactics that you can employ with advanced defensives, for example. That'd be interesting if you could convert a wolf like you can a goat. I agree. In fact, I think that all animals should just be goats. No, I don't think that. Actually, I had this conversation with, I believe it was with Keto, not too long ago. Do you guys like the dynamic of scouting for your goats? Or do you like both players just getting X goats to start the game? So for example, Tundra, you get X goats to start the game, there's no more. Everything else is goats all over the map. We're talking a lot about goats here, but do you like scouting for goats? Or do you like not scouting for goats? And obviously you have to explore. You can't not do that. Okay, alright. Okay, everyone's saying that. Alright, everyone prefers scouting. Okay, I'm just checking. I didn't have a preference. My preference was not the one that you guys... Was definitely not the one that you guys didn't like better. Okay, so... Qualifu, going to be moving forward. Going to be dropping a talent center immediately. Immediately. And we do see watchtowers coming through as Super FM is getting harassed. He's getting harassed, ladies and gentlemen. He is getting harassed by the Chonky boy. He's coming through. He's ready to chonk on some villagers. But a good defense here from Super FM. Very calm to just get watchtowers. This Chonky will be coming through. There's one little chonk. Another chomp. And the villagers just simply running away. Super FM is asleep at the wheel here, it looks like. Does manage to pull back into the town center. Not losing anything just yet. Almost not there. He's good. He's out of there. I mean, he's a good boy. Look at him. He's just enjoying life. Look at him flying around. What a time to be alive. Town center up for Eric. And he will be dropping his earth wall nice and early here to just secure this land. And secure the gold mine. Securing the caribou over on the back there. As Eric is searching around for a little... There's two chonky boys! Was that one free? I think that one must have been free. You get free myth units for playing Shenong. You just by participating, you get myth units. How nice is that? A couple of shots over there as the forest fire does get dropped down. 1, 2 villages, 3 villages, 2 villages. The lady on the horse, riding normally thus far, has killed more villagers than the Chonky Duo. The Chonky Duo is struggling here. Super FM coming through. Oh, dead villager. Chonky Boy does get a kill. And he's out of there. Alright. There's Eric still just searching around. I mean, the fact of the matter here is, Superfim is still one town center. This is really going to be hurting him. He's got a lot of raiding cavalry, and the weakness of China against raiding cavalry is that the halberdiers super food heavy, and trading out the villagers to get onto food, that's challenging because you want to be getting out those quail food. So yeah, mass raiding cavalry and go makes a lot of sense here from Super FM. But he does have to break down this earth wall. At the moment, there's nothing here to defend this. So, yeah, you can just come and break down the earth wall. Just come and smack away at it. I must say, does it not look like a little bit more like normal with this wall being slightly bigger? Kind of looks a little bit cooler, a little bit better. I'm a fan. I'm a big fan. That's the chonkies. Look at him go. The Chongqis are just going to get back up to full HP. Hanging out in the main base. They can drop down and join the fight if they want to for a little bit. But now the villagers are under attack. There's going to be some big losses here. Never mind. There's going to be some 0 losses here as the villagers bail for the towers. Great defense there from Eric thus far. Another Cloudfu coming out. Going to cut back onto these berry bushes for the time being here. And the game continues along. But really, Superfim needs to get some damage done. Rusho is on the mind here for Eric. As he's going to be wanting to try and deal with this army with those Fey Beasts. Market to come up. Superfim. I mean, he did this in the game against Zooked as well. Remember, he was playing, I believe it was like Loki against Fushi, right? I think I'm remembering. It was only 2 seconds ago. And he just went all in after all in after all in after all in, and eventually caught Zooked in a mistake. That might be the idea here for Superfim in this game as well. That's the raiding cavalry gonna snipe a villager there, going after the Qualifier over. You're not gonna quite be able to snipe that one down. The villagers on this position might find some problems as the halberdier are over there to just say, please remove yourself. And Superfim will oblige here as he is just going to be pulling back. The longhouse now up for Superfim as well. As Bragi to come through. Wow, Bragi, not even Aegir. Goes Bragi as well. But there will still be those Fey Beasts to come through. All the units just going to get healed back up by the Valkyries. Just going to wait this one out, waiting to get to maybe full population for a Flaming Weapons all in or something. I don't know. The timing window seemingly is closing here, though. Like, Superfim hasn't really gotten that much damage. Didn't really cause that much idle time on the villagers. And realistically, moving forward in this game, what's he has to basically just dominate a fight. He doesn't have another way to go about it. He really has to just absolutely outright win the fight. Otherwise, the reinforcements are going to come in and that villager differential is just going to be too much to overcome. There's all the upgrades queued up. Bragi almost in. You have to remember, heavy cavalry, that's 75 seconds he's got to wait for it. As Bragi does hit. And Superfim now wandering across the map. What are the units here for Eric? He's got himself just a couple of halberdier. He's got himself a battle lay over here. You can definitely look and go, and Eric is going, can I do a Mythic Age? I want to do a Mythic Age. I think he's going to think better of it and make some units here, because this army of Super FM is looking very, very scary. The Halberdier getting queued up. How many Herser are actually in here? There's 4 Herser to deal with, 2 by who? As the Flaming Weapons gets dropped down. The Fey Beasts getting dropped in here. I don't think that was the best usage of that God Power, but it's still going to get a decent amount of damage done. Is the Xiongqi going to be returning in here? Has Eric managed to defend here or not is the big question. It's looking like Super FM still has a very hefty amount of units in, but the problem is most of the army of Super FM is going to be Myth units, and there's really only one Ursa in, and this is meaning that Eric's units here should actually start winning this fight. Flaming Weapons is almost done. Villager differential at 30 for the time being here. And Super FM is just going to be retreating back. He did not get the damage done there in the slightest. Now, at this point, Eric wants to go to the Mythic Age. But can he? Probably not. He's getting out some Javelineer. He's getting out some White Horse Cavalry. But the question is, will the repopulation here from Super FM be faster than what Eric can do? Eric at the moment, I mean, 75 villages. He's got so much more economy. I want to see him building more Baihu. Get these bad boys out. How much do they cost? 120 food, 150 wood. Just spam those bad boys out. Get rid of that 50 favor. No need for Qualifier anymore. There we go. There they're coming. These things are going to be a godsend in a fight, in the next fight here, most likely. The battle balls going to be moving in. This is all of the resources Super FM has and more. They're going to be taking out the Imperial Academy there. Baihu comes in, gets a big gnaw onto one of those thrown axemen, but will be getting chased down here and most likely going to be falling. Taking that temple down is going to be huge, as well as the Baihu coming through, sending those thrown axemen flying there. How many heroes for the Fair player here, Super FM? He's got 4 to deal with all of these Myth units here. Is it going to be enough? The Tautier will be a big assistance on this one as well. It's going to eat up those Deuterinos. You can spit that one out and get some big damage if he so chooses here. Population-wise, it's still very close in terms of military. As it looks to me like Eric has well and truly managed to hold here. Look at this big boy. How many do you have? You have 3 stacks. Look at this guy. He's gigantic. Absolutely gigantic. And now Eric rightly says, all right, fun's over. Time to go Mythic Age. You've thrown enough of your army at me. I am going to take this advantage. And I know you're going to send the army at me again. I already know. So we'll just keep spamming units out. Is he sitting outside of favored land here? He is. You want to get those Myth units inside, with Shenong inside of favored land so you can heal them back up. Otherwise, they don't get that extra health. Meanwhile, the Light Horse Cavalry coming in. You can use this bow if you like. Little cheeky bow attack to ensure you get the damage without dying. Anyone? I do think that usage is actually really good. For example, say you're playing those cavalry versus like a whole bunch of hoplites. You just go, all right, run forward, use the special ability, kill off a hoplite or 2, run away, go and shank some villages, use the ability, etc. Not bad, not bad, not good, not bad. Just something that's fun to do. The Tautier coming through. There's only the one of them. He can't build anymore, right? And this is possibly the advantage here that Superfim's been kind of looking for. As the army of Eric does get caught out quite drastically here. As this army is going to just retreat back into town center range, waiting for his Mythic Age power spike here. He's going to get out the big Phoenix as well to help him out. There are 2 Goaty there as we see the White Horse Cavalry just continuing to look for those raids, as the Hundun going to be utilizing that special ability to send those units to the Shadow Realm. The army has managed to sort of crack through, it looks like. And Superfim now finding something to happen here, but this bad boy, look at the damage. Oof, 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 no reaction, oof. Blazing Prairie comes into the main base, and Superfim in that moment says, all right, GG, the one town center all in that never stops has been stopped. But do you know what that means, guys? We got a game 5. We got a game 5! Game 5, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. All right, let's jump into it. And it's finally here. Well, I mean, this is literally just the qualifications. So, I mean, when I say it's finally here, I mean, we're getting to the nitty gritty where we're in. There's no turning back. This is the final matchup of these 2 players for this day. It all comes down to this. This is for glory, for honor, for everything. In the left-hand corner of the map, Eric on his main. He is going for broke with Zeus. He says, you know what? If I can't get it done with Zeus, I can't get it done with anything. Meanwhile, his opponent, Mr. Super H Afim. He's been listening to the pros who came before him. The man known only as the BR Storehouse creator. Skadi the Great, Skadi the Wise, Skadi the Just Pick Odin. It's a free win god. Superfim goes in with Odin. Free win god versus the king of the gods. If you don't get that reference, then you gotta go check out some more Age of Mythology streams. There's some very, very great funny things that go on. Listen, man. Listen. Oh, dear. Nonetheless, we're on the map Elysium. This is a really cool matchup. This is a really, really cool matchup for the finals here. For the final game of this series. What's Eric going to do? Minotaur? Athena Rush? Centaur? Town Center? What's Afim going to do? I mean, you just have to play really well here as Odin to find a win. Like, really well. It's not, this is not a simple matchup for either party, in my opinion. I think this is a very tricky matchup for both players, and lots of things can go wrong. Lots of things. Nonetheless, relics on the map. Let's see if anything is going to be impactful here. We've got Nose of the Sphinx, boosting those building hit points. Over here, we've got the Titan's Treasure. Going to be making the age ups a little bit cheaper. Ankh of Ra. And, oh, Gugni Odin Spear. This one's big. This one's really, really nice. That Odin Spear to help out those hoplites can really help turn the tide. I'm going to have to do a little flipperoonie here, hey. As the Jason is now out, going to look to grab up some relics straight away. And it's Freya, and it's Athena. So, no real surprises, to be honest. This is the stock standard. If I saw Heimdall, I would be like... But it's too wild. It's too wild. One villager on the temple, just going to be getting that favor in. Only a handful, literally only like 1 or 2 villagers on wood here. Walls coming up already for Eric as he's going to drop a military academy. Sniping down that Raven. We'll see that Raven in 240 seconds. 240 second recharge time. He'll come back. Ours is coming up over here, but this is a really nice defensive base. And now the Valkyrie is in a very strange advance time there. I'm not sure exactly if that was a pre-queued shenanigans or what. Hang on, let's have a quick look. Forest Fire gets dropped down. I don't think it was a pre-queue. I think he just cancelled villages for some reason to get to the classical age. So a little bit of a wonky early game as the Minotaurs now coming over here to just sit on this position and defend the early game. I had no idea that Forest Fire was actually killing... Wait. I had no idea that Forest Fire was killing storehouses and walls, for that matter. Forest Fire did get buffed at some point, but I didn't even know. There you go. The more you learn, the stronger you become. Labyrinth of Minnows, 250 wood and 20 favor as one Pegasus now out to start searching around. We've got double great halls to come through for Super FM. The really tricky part about playing this matchup from the Odin side is how do you deal with Minotaur Hoplite? Because those are the 2 big units. They're the big ticket units. That's where all of the bonuses go for Zeus. You get a bunch of Minotaur, you get a bunch of Hoplites, get full population, your army is really powerful. So what do you build? The obvious answer is Herser throw an axeman, right? But I think the more detailed answer is you got to kind of still get some raiding cavalry in to raid your opponent. You got to kind of, you absolutely need to get the Valkyrie out. And then you also need to somehow figure out how to defend your throw and axeman from the Minotaurs from charging in. So it's not going to be a simple one at all.
Skipan.
As Superfim now coming through. He could bolt onto that Valkyrie, but at this point, maybe he doesn't need to. As the units are already kind of through. Hoplites are in to defend. We've got those Minotaurs ready to start moving out. These things are fun. I'm a big fan of the old Minotaur. You just run around and just headbutt villages and kill them off. We'll see if he's going to be able to do anything here as he's chasing down this raiding cavalry. Not going to be able to chase that one. Not going to be able to kill that one. The other thing is, one thing that maybe is weird, maybe it's not. Maybe you let me know. The Minotaur, they can literally just, if say there's a Herser or 2 here, they can just go, no worries, I'm just going to walk straight through that and kill this one off. As the Valkyrie does end up getting bolted here, and the villager does go down. A good raid there, but trading for a raiding cavalry and maybe a second raiding cavalry as well, as on the retreat bar, taking a lot of damage. Not going to go down though. 12 HP remaining as Eric's army retreating back up. Anyways, so yeah, the Minotaur, they just kind of walk straight past the Herser, and the Herser attack, and then they just go, I don't care, and they just push the Herser out of the way. Do you reckon the Herser should stand their ground? At least walk around me. Don't just push me out of the way. I mean, the Minotaur is gigantic, though. Look at him. He's got a gigantic axe. Look at the detail on that axe. Not bad. Not bad. Anyways, he's looking to push across the map here. Another big, difficult part of this game for SuperFim is going to be the second gold mine. It's always going to be the second gold mine. And one thing that Eric isn't doing here, which surprises me a little bit, is he's not getting out either any Toxotes or any Hippias here. I think building a handful of Hippias does make some sense as the Minotaur charging forward there. They see those Herser and say, you know what, I'm going to think better of this. I don't particularly want to take this fight just yet. And it's the Minotaur sending those raiding cavalry packing as the Bull Minotaur onto the back, throwing action there as well. Restoration to get dropped down here as these units are just kind of spreading out everywhere. He's got to take out the Hearser. There's still a handful of Hearser remaining here as the Minotaur just gets so much damage on that special. But the Throwing Axemen, they are cleaning up those hoplites nice and quick here. Eric needs to get lots more value out of these Minotaur in this fight. It's kind of looking like it's going the wayside of Super of him here, but you just can't call it at this point. The differential in unit cost seems to be very, very close here. In fact, it's slowly creeping closer to the Zeus player and then creeping further back for the Odin player. And now Super of him, after all is said and done, says, I gotta get out of here. And this is really, really scary now for Super FM because, well, he's onto his gold mine now. He's onto his second gold mine, and those Minotaur are not going to rest until they can headbutt some dwarves. Oh, when he does get sort of caught out here, and losing those Minotaur here will hurt quite a bit. That's not what Eric wanted in the slide. As he charges forward there, realizes he doesn't want to stay in onto that spot. And now, without those Minotaur, life's going to be a bit tough. We do Pegasus over on that side. There, one Minotaur on the back, just hanging out. But now, it looks to me like with killing those two Minotaur, Avim is now ready to be on the offensive. Minotaur come through, send those raiding cavalry flying. Yet again, trying to charge in with the Minotaur to hit those Throwing Axemen away. That's the Throwing Axemen just pulling back ever so slightly. More Valkyrie to come through, but Jason doing a great job of dealing with them. It's the Valkyrie on top of the Minotaur makes a lot of sense, but the Jason is just going to absolutely end that Valkyrie so fast. It's just not a worthwhile trade there, but the whole entire army of hoplites do end up going down, and now it's just like two Minotaurs versus a whole bunch of Throwing Axemen. He's going to be retreating back. Look at the differential in resources spent, though. If Eric could have gotten rid of those resources, I think he'd easily be winning these fights, but he's just missing a couple of military buildings here, I think. And now, actually, the problem which I thought Superfin was going to have here is now Eric's problem. As the Bull Minotaurs are going to be looking for somewhat of a raid onto this side over here. He does spot the villagers there, but charges forward. Nonetheless, headbutting those Deuterinos away. Meanwhile, this village is happily over onto this position. The Pegasus is spotting the town center. There's more hoplites to come through, but I mean, at this point, you really need to be getting that infrastructure in. Two villages only on wood is really going to hurt here. 39 favor for Eric, 40 favor, 112 favor there. So Superfim could potentially drop another forest fire if like the army comes in to try and kill on this gold mine, just get them wedged up onto a forest, drop forest fire. Could be a really good way to get some stuff happening. More built. He's got 8 villages on favor. Oof. Oof. Just the 2 Minotaur getting sent back here for the time being. He does spot those villages. This is some really good value here. The villagers turning around and shanking. Eric doesn't have that much HP left on this Minotaur, and it will end up going down. He kills 2 villagers, though. Good trade, bad trade. You be the judge. Lots of idle time for killing off the Minotaur as well, but there's just so many Throwing Axemen right now. And Eric, I think, is struggling to get together an army that's going to be able to beat this. He's just retreating back out. 140 to 107 population here as the villagers over onto this side. Retreating back. One villager going down. The rest pulling back as well as those Minotaur charging in, trying to kill off throw an axe on the back. Huge amounts of sort of crowd control to come through onto those throw an action, but is it enough is the big question. As the hearse are seemingly falling very, very quickly here. The throw an axeman versus hoplites is not good for the hoplites in the slightest. But look at the differential in the military now, as it looks like Suprafim has managed to clean this army up in a really big way. And in that moment, Eric taps out and Suprafim finds the dub. GG. Well played for Suprafim. On to the main event now. Better luck tomorrow for Eric, as he will have one more shot at it, but so close yet so far. But Suprafim does it again. He is always so consistent in these tournaments. Anyways, that's going to be me done for today. If you guys enjoyed the stream, enjoyed the series, enjoyed all the stuff, don't forget to head over to EGCTV and give them a like and a follow and all the good stuff. If you want to follow over here as well, you do that. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.